Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Sound Frequency and Quantum Healing Online Conference. Thank you everybody so much for being here today and spending your Saturday with us wherever you are in the world. Today is going to be a truly amazing event. My name is Neil from Portal to Ascension, and I'm honored to be here with you guys, exploring our consciousness and tapping into different realms of the ascension process that we're undergoing. This is an event that actually is 2 years in the making. A lot of the events actually that we've done lately have been in the works for quite some time, including the Starseed Summit event that we did. That took a long time to come to fruition. My own workshop that we just did, that took a long time too. The Sound Frequency event, I actually reached out to a couple of the speakers that you're going to be seeing today over 2 years ago in order to try to get the people together for this. And it didn't work out at that time. So I'm really, really happy and blessed to actually be presenting it forward today. So the Sound Frequency and Quantum Healing Conference, the intention for this event isn't just to really dive into the sound and frequency and vibration, but to really go even further, deeper than that, but to delve into the quantum realm. So that's why we ended with quantum, because ultimately this is all quantum physics, vibration. And to me, metaphysics is a metaphorical quantum physics. It's explaining quantum physics in spiritual terms. So we're currently undergoing, in this evolutionary process, a bridge where linear science is now coming with spiritual sciences, and we're finding a happy medium. And that goes into every realm of science, even the medical profession, for example. We have Eastern philosophy, meditative sciences, coming and coupling themselves with the Western philosophy, and we're bridging the gap. And even when it comes down to church and state, that church is something different, religion is something different, and science is something different, and they don't see eye to eye. So the one thing that is really bridging the gap between science and religion, not dogmatic organized religion, but the spirituality that we're all about over here, is quantum physics, frequency, and sound. So this event is really going to be talking about not only the metaphysical nature, but also how the science is involved in all of this, so that we can appease our linear mind by knowing the facts, and we can finally have a huge validation and confirmation that all this stuff, when in regards to consciousness, raising that vibration, is actually physical. There's physical evidence for it, and it's pretty soon it's going to sweep over the planet. So we have some amazing presenters today. The way it's going to be structured is that I am going to be emceeing. Yours truly is your MC today. And I will be jumping on every now and then after the presenters. And I have some slides too that I put together on quantum physics and metaphysics and how they're connected. So whenever I see fit and see where we can actually put that in, I'm going to probably share my screen in between presenters and show that information. So a couple tools for you guys. If you haven't been on our platform before, welcome. Please do go check out our website, portaltoascension.org. We do many events, webinars. We're on a 9-week spree right now where we've done one webinar a week for the last 9 weeks, starting with the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Online Conference. And we're just picking up the pace. So this one right here, the Sound Frequency event, you're going to also be able to receive the replay link for this. It will take us probably 2 to 3 days to edit it and then send it out to everyone. You can watch the replay at your own leisure whenever you want. So the speakers for today, firstly, we may have a guest speaker come on later in the afternoon, because we did have one other presenter that unfortunately he couldn't make it. So we're going to have somebody else come on board. And another awesome component to that is, since we don't have him there, as well as having the guest speaker, all of our presenters are actually going to do a longer workshop. So instead of the standard hour to hour and a half you get for each presenter, you're going to get around 2 hours for every single presenter. So this event is really going to go in depth. We're going to use multiple media platforms. We're going to use videos, sound, as well as PowerPoint and presentations, really to drill home the idea of sound frequency and quantum healing, what it is. We're going to start with the sound frequency and vibration, move into the technology behind it and technology that's coming out, and then we're going to end the day with quantum healing techniques. And the last speaker is going to be Aguilera. She's actually a quantum healing practitioner that was taught under Dolores Cannon. And Dolores Cannon has been on our webinar platform a couple times now. She passed away just over a year ago, and her last event was actually with us at the Starseed Summit. So this is quite beautiful that Abby, who has been following her and learned her technique, is going to be on today and presenting her information. So the other presenters we have, the first presenter that we have for you today, his name is Torkom Ji. And Torkom is my brother. We've been connected for quite a few years now. We've done multiple events together. He is next level awareness when it comes to sound healing, frequencies, and then the science behind it, the ancient history, and how it evolved to what it is today. He's a practitioner of the 432 hertz frequency, which he's going to do a whole thing on today, so I'm not going to give away too much on that. And he's a beautiful soul, lives in LA, facilitates his experiences all the time, and I'm truly blessed and happy to have him on our webinar platform after being connected for so long and trying to make this work out. So, Brother Torkom, are you with us here today? I'm going to go ahead and make you a presenter.
Hey, Neil.
Hey, brother.
Great. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, hello, Neil. Hello to all the guests who are tuning in.
Thank you. It's all yours, man. Take it away.
Great. Well, I'll just start off by saying thank you so much, Neil, for that beautiful introduction. And I'll just kind of start off a little bit about who I am and my background and what makes me qualified, I guess, if that's a way to put it, to share the stuff that I'll be sharing with you today. And for me, it's really more important that you have your own experience in this, and if anything, the inspirations that come through or the information or any intrigue that comes through these presentations really allows you and fosters you to then take that and seek, you know, your own patterns and your own connections to how that truth assembles itself for you. So with that being said, I've been working with sound for a few years now. It's going over a decade, actually, now that I really think about it. And so it's really been evolving over the stage of that time. And for the last 5 years now, I've been actually sharing this sound healing modality that I have called quantum harmonics, which is beautiful that this event is called Quantum Healing and Vibration. I just feel like there's such a sync there, but I named it quantum harmonics because it was very much based off of the system of the sound that I'll be getting into and sharing with you today at the end of this presentation, but also because it incorporated energy work, quantum touch, and I felt as though I could feel, as I was originating this system, I could feel the sounds moving through my own body, through my own consciousness. I could really feel it affecting me. So in just working with the sounds and being consistent and sharing with friends initially, it's naturally spiraled into this whole experience of really transcendence and exploring our consciousness in a very, very pure, very refined way. So I'll talk a little bit about my story and what got me going towards this direction of sound, but more importantly, where the major shift happened within myself, which all of us actually have within us, is this understanding of vibration. It's this intrinsic part of our reality that each of us knows intimately. It's how to work with waves and energy. I mean, we do know about the physical, and you know, you're listening to me on a computer, and you have a car that you have to get inside of, and a house you live in, and this is very much a physical reality. And as most of you know by now, in this year 2016, it's no secret that all of that physicality is suspended by vibration, and we see this originating with you know, the first in the Vedas, the first initial sound from the creator was the sound Om, which embodied all of creation within it. So we'll talk a little bit about those origin stories, as well as the origins of sound as far as instruments that the human culture has been using, as far as what we have found historically and archaeologically, and then we'll kind of shift into a little bit of a presentation on frequency in general, but also how we measure frequency and binaural beats, how things like basically the idea of a binaural beat being two different frequencies in each ear that oscillate, that can shift consciousness. So there's a lot of implications that come through as you move from the past into the modern era of the use of sound and the new introduction of technologies and synthesis. So we'll also delve a little bit into that. But one thing I'm also really excited to share with all of you today, because I do have a nice 2-hour chunk. We will be concluding with about a 30-minute sound healing experience where you're going to be invited to just lie back or sit and meditate and take in a live transmission of 432 hertz tuned sounds. But before we do that, we're going to, as I said, go through a little bit of a slideshow and different. It's going to be kind of a flow, but I'm also totally open to a Q&A. And as those questions come in, we can answer them. And finally, before the sound healing, we're going to have a 30-minute sequence where I'll be debuting, actually. It just released yesterday. It's a brand new documentary. It's about 30 minutes long. And there'll be chunks of it throughout, but we will actually, at the very end, we'll just play the whole sequence. And it's a beautifully made, very, very informative documentary about 432 hertz, and actually I'm grateful to be a part of the opening sequence. Some of my sounds were used in the very first sequence with like Tesla in the background, so that's a huge that in itself is like a huge honor. But in any case, this movie will help solidify and kind of fortify the overall flow of the initial presentation into the movie, into the sound experience. So really get comfortable, get casual, everybody. Let's just kind of take a breath in, find a nice seat, a nice posture, close your eyes for a moment. And just take a nice breath into your body, opening your day, this beautiful Saturday. And you can exhale and feel nice and calm and relaxed about what you're engaging in, about this awesome next few hours of learning and exploring your consciousness. So let's just really feel into that. Every cell of our body on a quantum level, really just acknowledging our existence, where we're at, and what we're going to take in. Okay, so here we go. Before we start, grab your snacks and drinks if you haven't already, folks, and we're just going to get right into it. So about 5 years ago, I started having a spiritual transformation take place within me. It led me to a town called Fairfield, Iowa. It's a small town where about 5,000 people regularly meditate daily. And there's a university there. And I attended that university and I learned their meditation technique, the TM technique. It's the same meditation that Oprah practices and that the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi taught the Beatles. And many, many people have experienced this meditation and transcended. And I was like, what is this meditation stuff? I used to think meditation was light some incense and just try really hard. But that never really got me anywhere. So it wasn't until I was in that space and out of my environment in SoCal that I really experienced the effects of meditation, not just on my mind and spirit, of course, but my body and the whole connection of the three of those components, that triangle. And I mentioned the triangle because I came from a martial arts background, and I kind of just transitioned right into healing arts and energy and awakening type practice. So it was during that space where I truly believe that daily meditation and consistency completely rewired my brain. And I totally was subscribing to this idea of on the quantum field that we can interact and interface with this all permeating energetic matrix grid of intelligence that is waiting for us to become aware of it and work with us. And in fact, has always been doing so, right? It's very fascinating to me, especially because a lot of the professors there have technology and devices and EEG machines. And so they're monitoring and analyzing the brain waves and what's happening to somebody during these states. And they have been for decades, and really helped me understand, whoa, this is a real thing. When you're right now, as you're listening to me, you're at an alpha state. You have about 8 hertz oscillation going on in the brain. And we're going to talk about very basics. We'll move in to what all that means. What is 8 hertz? Why do we measure things in hertz as far as frequency? So more or less each cycle, and this is where we'll start to just bring in some images here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So now you could probably see my screen. This is how we measure frequency. Time in seconds. So that's one wave, and you see over here there's a couple waves, and these waves represent 1 second of movement. So in 1 second, if you have 8 waves, that's 8 hertz, and hertz is the unit of measurement for frequency. So that would be 1 cycle right there. Your brain is at a constant alpha level. This is homeostasis, active state, when your eyes are open. It's about 8 to 9 hertz. And let's stop the share. There we go. And when you close your eyes, if you just try to close your eyes, you lose about 1 cycle. And if you open your eyes again, you gain that 1 cycle back. So it goes down to 7. The idea of meditation is, as you get deeper and deeper and deeper, your brainwave levels drop from 8 to 7 to 6 down to a really low delta, like a deep sleep. If you're able to even sustain and hold that level of meditation, which can take some time to really get comfortable and really able to sit in such a deep state of being. And then naturally you'll oscillate back up and you'll curve back down. So you'll go back up to alpha and then back down to delta. That's as well as what's happening in your sleep cycles, is this oscillation between brainwave levels. And it was in that environment directly where I started to really get interested, as someone who was working with a synthesizer, which I'll show you here. This is the device I use. As someone who was working with a synthesizer, I wanted to explore how can we incorporate all of this understanding and also this new idea that I was learning about, this 432 hertz. What is this thing? How do I incorporate that? And that's what led me on this journey, which we're going to go through today and really cover all these different topics and get a little bit of an understanding about this 432 hertz thing. So let's go back to a share screen here. All things are comprised of sacred geometry. And the sacred geometry is the building blocks. As you can even see, the Portal to Ascension logo is one big sacred geometrical logo. It's the physical and energetic, it's the form that holds, it's the container that holds ideas and physicality into place. And what we're looking at now is a little presentation I made a while back. I've been putting together and compiling this. But right here, we hear this word resonance frequently. And basically what resonance means, more or less, in sound applications, a resonant frequency is a natural frequency of vibration determined by the physical parameters of the vibrating object. Pushing a person in a swing is a common example of resonance. The loaded swing, a pendulum has a natural frequency of oscillation, its resonant frequency, and resists being pushed at a faster or slower rate. So there's no physical way that you could push that swing any faster than its allowable state, right? It's resonant frequency. And that would imply that all things have a resonant frequency. It's just a range in which they vibrate. And you get into music theory, you get into harmonics. And a harmonic is more or less the next value over of that wave, just increasing with each cycle and either doubling or tripling, and then you reach octaves. This is 5 harmonics here, 1st through 5th harmonics of a string. And as you see, as the first harmonic comes in, it's a doubling of an octave. And then the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. Form is vibration. So here's guitar strings being plucked. Well, I guess we might not be able to access this. In any case, we had a little issue there, but that was going to be a video of of guitar strings, you can actually YouTube how you can actually see the waves bending if you put the camera inside the guitar strings. So there's this idea, let's get back to that presentation here. What we're looking at now is another demonstration of harmonics. You have the fundamental frequency at the top, which is 110 hertz. The next harmonic over 220, it's a doubling of 330, 440, 550 cycles. And there's a symmetry in there. There's a beautiful symmetry, and it's almost mathematical. And that's why they say that sound is math. It's because it literally works off of doubling and breaking down in the same type of patterns that mathematics has shown us that structures are based off of in other sequences. For example, we count 60 seconds in a minute and 360 days, 365 days in a year. So there's a reason why all those things click into place and those measurements all work. And as we go through the presentation, we'll elaborate more on those nuances. But I think this is not going to work, this Prezi, so we're going to just ditch it. Moving on from frequency, one thing about frequency to mention is that if you've ever noticed when you're in a bathroom, you can hear, if there's a DJ at a party, you can hear the music is very muffled. It's like, you can't hear the high notes, the high tones, because the range of the frequency, there's such high frequency waves that they literally bounce off of the wood, and you cannot so much pick up through your ear those sounds and as vibrations. You can't perceive them. Whereas lower tones and lower frequencies vibrate at a really wider range, and they're able to bend through, just like over here, the top wave, 100 hertz. That's able to bend right through the wood of the wall, and you're able to hear and distinguish those tones. So that goes to show you that your body is a receiver for all types of senses, especially for sound. And also considering that sound travels 5 times faster through water than it does through air. So consider that your body is mostly water, and you're like a magnet for sound and vibration. So when we're talking about the quantum level, the quantum healing, we're really delving into something that has to do with really the cutting edge of where science is now able to start to dive into, using sensors and feedback to analyze how it is that sound and vibration can truly affect us. We already know that things like ultrasound exist, where super high frequency, high range frequencies are shot at tumors and cysts to destroy them. So we already know a form of this it does exist. Now it's time to really explore, how do these sounds, especially in the audible hearing range, you can hear between 20 and 20,000 range, 20,000 hertz. So let's just show you that right here. Perceived human hearing. Well, there we go. So below 20 hertz is like what an elephant can hear, or a dog. Humans can hear right here in this green range, 20 hertz, 20 cycles, 20 waves. That's the lowest you could possibly perceive, all the way up to 20,000. Ultrasound, which is obviously, from the medical side of things what ultrasound is. And you have infrasound on the other end. Ultrasound over 20,000 hertz. Ultra sound, right? It's in the name. And this is what bats and dolphins are kind of in this range. So considering all of those things, let's look at this video of a star-shaped droplet levitated by sound. This is a droplet of water. And this is going to be demonstrating arising in the harmonics and how that actually is conveyed physically. Third harmonic, the fourth harmonic, fifth, so that was a really interesting video. I remember seeing that a while back, and really, I think it really conveyed to me something very powerful, and a deep knowing that, wow, like water and even just physical things in general are interacting with sound, and that's how things are suspended and arranged, right? So how could that lead to our healing? How could that lead to us exploring and expanding our consciousness, but also able to heal ourselves on the inside, whatever that means? We're bombarded by all types of waves and sounds and Wi-Fi and energies. So what could the implications of this be? And we're going to continue to explore this. But this leads us into this other demonstration, which is a cymatics experiment. And as you hear the rising of the frequency, you can see how this panel is actually vibrating, carrying that wave. And on top of this panel is sand, grains of sand or salt. And you can start to see these complex, almost universal symbols start to emerge and take form, especially right around here is a new form, distinct form. And then right there's the next, it's almost like it takes a moment to shift and then it clicks in place, right? So this can also demonstrate the complexity of dimensions, the multi-layered nature of dimensions. Very high frequency. That looks almost like a turtle shell, doesn't it? Or some type of underwater or tentacle of an octopus, or crabs or creatures, insects. Is all types of, that looks like amoeba and cells. That looks like a temple, Mayan temple kind of mandala. So I'm just pointing out all the different things and shapes you can kind of ascertain from looking at these frequency patterns. And this is another example and demonstration of overtones, harmonics, and how those look and sound when,
and so on.
This will be a very good kind of demonstration of seeing and hearing this principle.
Let's listen to those harmonics. Does it sound musically familiar? Of course it does. This is the building block of all music. It occurs naturally in nature, and it exists in all human music. Personally, for me, it reminds an Indian flute or something like this. Let's see how a saw wave is constructed from many sine oscillators by adding them one by one. Let's start with the fundamental frequency. And now we add the second harmonic. Third harmonic, as you can see, there are 3 slides here, and it's starting to resemble a saw shape. We are going to add this harmonic here.
So that right there is a demonstration of, come back to me for a moment. That was a demonstration of a fundamental frequency, and then adding its harmonics and its overtones on top of that. And although he used an additive synth to demonstrate that, we can actually do that with our voice as well. We'll do a little technique together, some harmonic overtoning. And what this technique does is it conveys and it shows and it kind of outwardly expresses that natural, as he put it, the natural building block of all sounds that has been divinely built into our voice box, our ability to express this sound. So if you make a sound like an E to an U, at a mid to high pitch, let's start with, so like E, like that. So let me plug this back in. Do that with me. Just take a breath in and go. And then really make a sharp ooh, like you're blowing out of a straw, like ooh, like that. And if you do that, if you really, it's kind of silly at first if you don't do toning, but this is part of vocal toning. Or also another sound is like that high-pitched whistling frequency. And those actually follow the same sequence. It's called the harmonic overtone series. And that's a sequence and it's a series of notes that are built upon the fundamental frequency. And those harmonic overtones are comparable to like a mathematical partial. And if it's just sitting there on top of this whole number. And as it replicates on itself because of the nature of the overtone and the way that the sound is produced and based off the fundamental, it includes within it all the range of frequencies up and down. So in essence, when you're able to sing with overtones, you're really transcending all types of limitations that we tend to think and perceive in our reality, because it's one of those phenomena that it buzzes in your head, and it's a beautiful way that it's a reminder that there's this depth and this quality in how we interact with sound and how that can enliven and open the consciousness. And it's as easy as performing these vocal toning techniques. So like the E to the U or the ear. So I really like to play with those as well, especially with some of the sounds that I generate to create a sync. So let's go back now actually to a little bit more of this slideshow we got going on here. There are these, let's see, the number Om. Let's talk about the number Om real quick. The Om encompasses all the words of the human language. Remember, I said in the beginning, in the Vedas, they believe that the entire universe was birthed from a sound, from the sound Om. Linguistically, all audible sounds are produced in the space within the mouth, beginning at the root of the tongue and ending at the lips. The sound A and M is the lip sound, and the U represents the rolling forward of speech, articulation, which starts at the root of the tongue, continuing until it ends in the lips. So it's almost like you're saying Om as in home, right? Om represents threefold division of time. A is the waking state, U is the dream state, and M is the state of deep sleep. So right there, it's directly illustrating what we spoke about earlier, the different states of consciousness. And when you meditate, you can access these different states. These are the three main states, and the brainwave levels fall within one or two of these categories, or an in-between gray area between these categories. That's why there's like 4 or 5 main brainwave, distinct brainwave like levels. You have alpha, beta, gamma, and delta waves, and theta waves. So the waking state is the alpha state, right? And then you have the dream state, which is the theta. And then you have the M state, which is the delta, the deep, deep, deep sleep. At the end of Om is a pause, a silence. This represents the state known as Turiya, or infinite consciousness. The visual symbol represents the meaning of Om, the consists of the three curves, one semicircle and a dot. The large bottom curve symbolizes the waking state, the middle curve signifies the dream state, and the upper curve denotes the state of deep sleep. The dot signifies the fourth state, which is Turiya. Turiya represents infinite consciousness. It transcends all three, waking, dream, and deep sleep. It just kind of permeates and is all, is the infinite. The semicircle at the top represents Maya and separates the dot from the other three curves. This signals us that it signals to us that is the illusion of Maya that is an obstacle to realization of the highest. Right there, that Maya is a reminder that we're disconnected from this truth and that we're on a journey to reconnect with and re-understand these almost hidden secrets, hidden truths within our DNA on a quantum level. We have to go within and ascertain and receive the correct information to come together and to do something with that, as far as on a spiritual level, but also how that has implications for us as a collective as well. And that's an interesting little thing about the Om. We're gonna get into this documentary soon, but here's a little clip from the documentary before we begin. Actually, we'll save this. We're gonna just do one straight shoot with this. That's what we'll do. And I promise you, I was feeling like, is this something I want to share? Do I want to just go straight through 2 hours? No, definitely. This is something you definitely want to watch. It's only 30 minutes and it's very informative. It's colorful. It has, graphics and illustrations, and it just came out yesterday, so it's a very fresh documentary. But I can honestly tell you that they did a really good job putting it together. So we'll be watching that in a little bit here. But it's gonna delve into this Factor 9 grid, which is a chart I've been using for about 5 years, and this blew me open. This is the whole idea of the 432. This 432 in the middle is what you see A at the bottom. So A right here, this would be A. This is middle A on a keyboard. Middle A, okay? So currently this A is vibrating, that I'm playing, is vibrating at 440 cycles per second, so 440. And that's the standard and default pitch that all music has been tuned to. And a part of my work is to retune back to these Factor 9 numbers, these numbers that I believe are more significant, which is the chart you're looking at. So it would take this 440, and we're going to tune it to 432. We're going to go down to 432 cycles, and it would sound like this. Instead of, we're going to go back up. You can almost barely tell, but it's very slight. This is 440. We're going to go back down now. This one is 432. There's a resonance to it. There's a different resonance to it. And it's very much, it's palatable. You can feel it, especially in person. But that shift from that 440 to 432 for that A, also at the same time has to shift all these other notes and frequencies. So what it does is it puts your C over here. Your C lines up with 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. This is the same type of numbers you'd find in computer language, in your hard drive space and RAM, 256 megabytes, etc. Moving over, you have the octave of G and all of its numbers starting with 3. And by the way, this chart is a very basic chart. The way that you know it's the real deal, at least for me, I am like, this is amazing. It just, vertical is arranged in twos, 1, 2, 4, 8, and horizontal is arranged in threes. So twos and threes. You have one right in the where it originates from, the one, and vertically arranged in twos, horizontally in threes, which obviously represents completely different aspects of numerology, right? The doubling of the two and the force of the three, especially if you're into vortex mathematics, you understand more than I do. I'm kind of a novice in it, but the idea that the three is this dynamic and different structure. The three points forms a triangle, which is very much different than the four-pointed square. The square representing square structure, triangle representing a shape that could be added with other shapes to create more complex structures. So there's a complexity that in the sequence of threes. And over here, what you find with A is the 432 right in the middle, which is what I just showed you, the difference between 440 and 432 hertz A. Right here, above that couple octaves, you have this 108. 108 right here. 108 is a mystical number. It's in many Eastern religions. You do 108 mantras. There's 108 energy lines that are said to be, or nadis, converging to form the heart chakra. The earth cycle is supposed to be 21,060 years, 20 times 108. The distance between the earth and the sun is 108 times the diameter of the sun. So there's a lot of, in Jain traditions, they believe there was 108 virtues. The 108 sacred books constitute the holy writings for Tibetans. So this number 108 only shows up not in the standard tuning of 440, does not show up in the 528 system, only shows up in the 432A system. When you've tuned your A to 432 cycles, and this, by the way, for those of you who are real serious about it, we can briefly talk about tuning, but this is equal temperament tuning. So that's our more modern and current tuning system that we have adopted, where all the notes are equally tempered, equally spaced, as opposed to Pythagorean tuning or just intonation tuning, in which there are specific ratios between the notes. We can get into that a little bit later. If anyone has questions, you can also drop the Q&A on that. But that gets even more specific and even more fine-tuned. For example, a stringed instrument, you can tune each string to these specific ratios that are not equally tempered because they're strings. You can actually really adjust them. Unlike a flute, has to be fixed. Its tuning has to be fixed in place. You can't change the tuning of something like a flute as easily or at all. So with that being said, equally tempered music, this chart is lining up with the most, this is not even for music, although it does have, as you see on the bottom, the arrangement of the musical notes. But this chart in itself is called the most harmonic numbers / frequencies in general, like for everything. These are just significant numbers, right? And these are all of the numbers that you would find in my sound healing system, as well as the 432 hertz factor 9 grid. Before we get really deep into that, also the number 72, here's another one. 72 virgins in Islam, that's one, it's for sure. Most people know for all the wrong reasons. Trying to find the most significant. How ironic that you see 432 even here. This is not even about 432, but it says here, in a system there are ever revolving cycles of impersonal time, with whole universes and their populations coming into being, flowering for a season of 443,200 or 432,000 or 4,320,000 years, dissolving back into the cosmic mother sea to rest for an equal spell of years before returning again and again. So these numbers, 864, that's an octave above 432, it's 864 right there, 864. So once you start seeing these numbers and how they're all connected, you start to find them in all these different spiritual texts and cultures. And that's what this 30-minute documentary, Sonic Geometry, will really help kind of fully explain that stuff more. But before we get there, we'll just also cover, because this is fascinating. This is something that illustrates our use of sound as humans, and how as far as scientifically what we can date, and what we, using science and archaeology, what we can date to have existed. We have percussive instruments that date back to as far as 165,000 years ago, and these are rocks that were simply scraped, and they would produce tones and sounds. Believe it or not, that you can actually generate some really interesting tones. The first flutes, they say, date back to about this era, 70,000 years ago, anywhere from 45 to 7,000 years ago. This is a mammoth ivory ice age flute, and they say that these flutes were made most likely to try to mimic bird sounds and bird calling sounds. I do believe, though, that a lot of our history is untold, and there's really any possibility as far as how long ago, humans or pre-humans or whatever was before us was using, how and when they were using sound. I'm totally open, but this is just simply what we know on a science level, three-dimensional level, like on Earth right now at this time. So we have drums that came a little bit after the era of flutes. So you have humans who try to mimic and replicate the sound of nature and birds, and they create flutes. And then from there, they design these drums because they want to conserve their animal skins. They want to dry their animal skins. So in doing so, they found a way to put them to use, and they made these drums. Now you can almost imagine ancient drum circles in caves, and different beats going off in different parts of the cave, and everyone is dancing around a fire. And you go into that circle for, I would call that a party. I mean, if you think about that coming into the culture and becoming a norm as a part of a culture, that's a party, right? So you go and you dance and you trance and you dance out, and the binaural rhythms and beats of all the different drums being hit and synchronizing and coming out of sync eventually allows the mind and consciousness to evolve in a way that was probably distinctly different than anything before then, as far as interacting with sound. You could argue maybe vocalizing and using sounds together in a choir or singing together could have been also something that was very, very much transformative for human culture. But definitely this introduction of the elephant skin drum about 40,000 years ago. And then you have panpipes around 10,000 years after that point. But definitely the rhythmic instruments influenced and helped to restructure consciousness, restructure potentiality, restructure the mental capacities, calibrate, refine, and bring rhythm to the identity, right? And that's something that definitely you could argue transformed the mind of man. All the way up to the rattle, 12,000, 11,000 years, the slit drum, down to the xylophone about 2,000 years ago. So those are some ancient instruments. Moving all the way up to the metal era, where people constructed gongs. The first gongs were made in the East, and were a high craftsmanship went behind the production of these gongs, and the harmonics that were produced from these gongs being unique to them, being unique to their timeline. Moving all the way up to my system and my work. Hello again, everybody. Which utilizes the synthesizer. So you have stuff like this going on. So there's a little, excuse me, there's a little sweep for you. We'll do a little bit more of that after the documentary, but that right there was the overtone series I mentioned earlier, the mathematical sequence found within sound and accessible through the voice, and that's what I have been able to find and express through the sound healing system called, excuse me. I hope that wasn't too much for you guys there. I actually had to release some gas there, but the system I created was called quantum harmonics and is called quantum harmonics, as I mentioned. And it utilizes those overtones, which are able to penetrate through physicality. They're able to penetrate the smallest crevices of the body because of the nature of the frequency. So we'll be doing that to conclude, but without further ado, I think what we're going to do now is we're going to play sonic geometry. Okay, so here we go, everybody. This is going to be a 30-minute movie. I'm super honored to, like I said earlier, have a sound placed in the first sequence with Tesla. So that's a track called Metachord. We'll make that available for all of you for free download today at the end of the presentation. But definitely sit back, enjoy, get ready. We're going to start this movie. And if you have any questions after, we're going to do a short Q&A, and then we'll move right into a sound healing. So here we go.
The story of human history, evolution, migration, and use of technology is a story that is missing many chapters. We believe we have fashioned a fairly accurate account of where we began, how we migrated across this planet, and at what point in time achieved profound technological advances. But this historical account is also full of questions and illogical pieces of evidence. To this day, we still do not know how ancient Egyptian and Mayan pyramids were built. And on occasion, an archaeological site like Göbekli Tepe, a temple complex built roughly 12,000 years ago in Turkey, leaves us baffled and forces us to reconsider the nature and timeline of our existence. But based on the majority of evidence available, we can surmise that, up until around 6,000 years ago, most humans were primarily hunter-gatherers, nomads that followed favorable climate and food source to stay alive. We do not have written records that predate this time, so we must rely on archaeological evidence and oral history, which for the most part support the hunter-gatherer theory. However, if we focus our attention to a moment roughly 6,000 years ago, in the Sumerian region of Mesopotamia, we realize that something truly profound happened in the course of human events. Almost instantaneously, mankind created the world's first written language, the first wheeled and axled vehicle, the first loom to weave fabric, the first pyramidal structure, and incredibly, a 60-based math system that we still use today. This elegant mathematical system is not only the foundation of geometry, it also provides the mechanics for how we measure the surface of our planet, frequency waves, even the passage of time. It is worth noting here that this Sumerian counting system, based on 12s and 60s, seems like an unlikely and counterintuitive invention. One must assume that since we have 10 fingers on our hands, humanity's earliest mathematics would have been based on 10, but this is not the case. For some reason, ancient Sumerians were guided to calculate by functions of 12 and 60, and it is this math that gives us 360 degrees to a circle, 60 seconds to a minute, 12 inches to a foot. So how, and more importantly, why was this particular system implemented? We can speculate and come up with numerous theories, or we can consider what the ancient Sumerians themselves wrote about this incredible moment in the advancement of human knowledge. Though it is not what historians want to hear, the Sumerians recorded in clay tablets that they did not invent base 60 mathematics, but were provided this knowledge by beings not of this earth. They describe, in great detail, visitors who, depending on interpretation of the texts, either came from the sky or were the kin of royalty who descended from the heavens. Archaeologists suggest that these are fanciful accounts, but to the Sumerians, these visitors were not mythical gods. They were abnormally tall, human-like beings who lived amongst the people of the day and shared a wealth of knowledge with them. Known as the Anunnaki, this race of giants is reported to have lived with our ancestors for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. Interestingly, in the book of Numbers in the Bible, there is an account of Moses sending scouts ahead to investigate the land of Canaan, which they were about to inhabit. When the men came back, they reported that the giant race of the Anak were still living amongst the people there, and were so big that mere humans looked like grasshoppers in comparison. Were we really contacted by beings not of this world all those years ago? And if so, what was the true purpose of their visit? In an attempt to answer these questions, we must first step into the open field of speculation, then see, based on other evidence that presents itself during our search, if any of this sky visitor theory supports itself in other ways. In essence, what we will be looking for are coincidental clues that, taken in historical context, will either support or renounce the earliest records ever written. In the first sonic geometry video, we were introduced to the notion that Sumerian-based geometry could be represented as audio frequencies, that if you played the sum angle total of virtually any combination of basic geometric shapes, from the 180s of triangles to the 540s of pentagons to the 2160s of cubes, you would get various arrangements of a numerically perfect major chord revealed by a factor 9 grid, which in turn is built upon a tone vibrating at 432 cycles per second. It should be noted that this key tone used to tune instruments has drifted up and down over the centuries, and that 440 cycles is the current international standard. Does this matter? For musical purposes, it could be argued that any tuning system is as good as the next, just so long as every instrument is tuned to the same tone. But since all life can be expressed as energy held together by frequency and vibration, maybe we should be looking deeper at the numerical information revealed by the factor 9 grid. It is interesting that when tuning is anything other than 432, the corresponding grid does not produce any intriguing numerical sequences. But when we revert to 432, and if we move up and down strictly by multiples of 9, an astonishing 14-tone matrix of synchronicity begins to appear. For instance, on this unique grid, we find not just some, but all of the numbers representing every primary geometric shape. Looking deeper, we see many other numbers that have played into some of humanity's most profound religious texts. The 72 names of God in the Kabbalah. There is 108, the number of times mantras and mudras have been repeated in Hindu ceremonies. We find 144, a number sequence represented in the Great Pyramid of Giza, the number of days in a Mayan Baktun, or even the 144,000 chosen ones described in the biblical book of Revelation. And of course, there is 432 itself, the number mythologist Joseph Campbell encountered so many times in his cultural studies that he called it the most important mythological number in history. Standing back from this factor 9 matrix, we have to ask ourselves, how could the 432 grid not be important when it reveals so many numeric coincidences? Once again, logic stands in the way of us seeing a bigger picture. Seemingly, because any arbitrary unit of time could be used to measure vibration cycles, none should be considered any more or less correct than the other. We measure sound waves by the Sumerian second, of which there are 86,400 in a day, but we could just as easily have chosen some other span of time. And so what if the factor 9 grid reveals the numerical value of geometric shapes, the 1440 minutes in a day, the diameters of the moon and sun, and speed of light in miles? If these are all invented arbitrary measurements, a person could logically argue that these coincidental number sequences are nothing more than hand-selected data gathered to support a predetermined theory. And so we must search further. We must look for something completely non-arbitrary, a natural order or pattern of some kind that might serve to bind all this information together. But what might that be? And if it's here on this planet, why haven't we already found it? Maybe perspective has been our problem. What if the answer isn't on this planet, but is the planet itself? After all, the Earth does move in ways that reveal observable patterns. It spins at a rate we call a day, and orbits the sun in a period known as a year. But were you aware of our globe's largest cycle? It is an extremely slow wobble that takes 25,920 years to complete. Known as the precession of the equinox, this unique phenomenon is the largest and slowest movement Earth makes. Much as we do today when we observe celestial objects, does it not stand to reason that an intelligence possessing a distant view of Earth would be aware of its signature wobble? And if this is true, might not it also be possible that this same intelligence would provide us with some kind of device, a mathematical system perhaps, that would not only offer us hints of their existence, but also of their knowledge about our planet? Let's return to the Factor 9 grid. Stepping back to expand our view, we take note of these numbers with a new way of seeing. And now, with a deeper understanding of the precession of the equinox, we begin to compute. Starting with the fundamental 12s and 60s of Sumerian math, we then experiment with the geometric and sacred text number sequences revealed in the 432 matrix. 12 times 2160, 60 times 432, 360 times 72, 180 times 144. The answer to all these equations, 25,920. Like gears turning in a precisely machined clock, we see that every single one of these numbers fits perfectly into 25,920 without remainder. And what we now must realize is that we are no longer talking about an arbitrary math system, but one that can be cross-checked by a completely non-arbitrary thing, the physical wobble of our planet. What's more, we need to keep in mind that this system was implemented long before our ancestors could possibly know what it would reveal, and shared in the only way it could be shared, not by corruptible stories and myths, but in the pure realm of mathematics. In essence, it would seem that we have been catching up to significant information contained in 1260 math, slowly coming to realize that a message of sorts has been making its way across the cosmos into our collective consciousness for thousands of years. And just what is this message? In a word, it is harmony. When we play together as frequencies the numbers of all the primary geometric shapes, what presents itself is a three-tone, numerically perfect major chord. This phenomenon should not be taken lightly, for what we are seeing is a certain kind of proof that nature, as revealed by mathematical patterns, is a force existing in literal harmony with itself. To further see how harmonics are represented in the workings of creation, consider the Fibonacci sequence, which was first shared with the Western world by Leonardo Fibonacci in 1202. This numerical sequence has been found to represent the spiraling growth pattern of many organic shapes, from seashells to entire galaxies, and so represents one of the most important mathematical algorithms ever discovered. If you are at all familiar with this sequence, you know that it starts from 0, moves forward by 1, then continues by adding the previous 2 digits to arrive at the next in the sequence. So when we take our first two numbers, 0 and 1, and add them together, the sum is still 1. From here, the sequence begins its journey. 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, and so on into infinity. Now, if we were to apply frequencies to this sequence, we would not get audible tones, as single-digit vibrations per second cannot be heard by the human ear. Instead, let's start the Fibonacci series with an audible sound wave. In this case, we will use the numeric value of a simple geometric shape, the triangle. With an angle sum total of 180, this is what a triangle sounds like. Now let's begin again, this time taking note of both the number and tone it represents. We start at 180, and of course 0 plus 180 gives us another 180. Next is 180 plus 180, 360, an octave above the first tone, and also the number representing the sum total of a circle or a square. And here's when things get really interesting. Add 360 to the 180 before it, and you get 540. The sum total of a pentagon, and also a perfect harmonic fifth of our first tone. Then 540 plus 360, and the total is 900. A septagon, and the major third required to build a geometrically perfect major chord once again. Moving one step higher, you get 1440, represented in geometry as a star tetrahedron or the shape known in ancient Jewish texts as a Merkaba, and which provides another octave of our first tone. Amazingly, when you apply the Fibonacci sequence to vibration cycles, the first 6 digits will always represent a numerically perfect major chord, implying that harmony, in the most literal way possible, is what anchors every Fibonacci series. And once again, we must acknowledge that we are not dealing with an arbitrary, man-made system to reveal these harmonics. Rather, this is yet another example of nature, through number sequences, revealing the harmonic essence of life to mankind. To see how the Fibonacci sequence reveals a spiral, as well as a significant mathematical constant known as the golden ratio, we will need to think spatially. Let's start with a square, but rather than a single square with a volume of 1, we will once again assign a sonic frequency to this shape. In this case, we will choose 144. 0 plus 144 is of course another 144. Then adding these two numbers together, we get 288, or a higher octave of the first tone. Moving on, 144 plus 288 reveals our mysterious 432. Then 288 plus 432 equals 720, or the sum total of a tetrahedron, before arriving at our 6th square and frequency of 1152, a higher octave of the first tone. As you can see, the combined length of any two previous squares informs how big the next square should be, which in turn dictates not only the arc of the unfolding Fibonacci spiral, but also the tones required to build another numerically perfect major chord. Lastly, to arrive at what is known as the golden ratio, which shows up repeatedly in nature, geometry, classic architecture, even the design of the human body, we simply divide one number in the sequence by the number preceding it. And though there are slight variations to be found early in its stages, the golden ratio, carried out to the nearest 100th, is 1.61. This turns out to be a cosmically significant number in our search for coincidence and synchronicity, for watch what happens when we square 1.61, carried out to the nearest 1000th. The answer? 2.592. The same exact number sequence as the precession of the equinox. To further explore the idea that ancient sky visitors were not only aware of Earth's signature wobble, but also the Fibonacci spiral and frequencies' relation to geometry, we turn to one of the most famous Sumerian documents ever discovered. In what is known as the King's List, this clay document records the successive and seemingly impossible long reigns of various rulers of the region. Since cuneiform was the first written language, there is no way to cross-reference this list with any other historical document. But in the end, the names may be less important than the number of years the first 3 kings were said to have ruled: 28,800, 36,000, and 43,200 years. Do these numbers look familiar to you? They should, for they are all sequences found on the Factor 9 grid. But what's even more astounding is the fact that, when played together as frequencies, they create the same major chord revealed by the Fibonacci sequence. Finding these perfect harmonic frequencies listed in this ancient document is like finding a computer locked inside King Tut's tomb. Their very existence is irrational, far predating humankind's understanding of vibration and frequency. Are you beginning to see how these Sumerian murals and texts convey a logic-defying awareness of harmonics, geometry, even the mathematics of creation? But what is more astonishing is that these murals appear to hint at a deep knowledge about us as well. Take, for instance, this image. At first glance, it might appear that this particular being is holding a piece of fruit or a pine cone. But further investigation reveals something far more intriguing. You see, what he is holding is not a pine cone, but rather the perfect representation of the pineal gland found at the center of the human brain. The only organ in the human body containing this intricate pattern, the pineal gland displays the same swirling Fibonacci growth sequence as a pine cone, and indeed gets its name from the same root word. While we understand certain functions of many areas of the brain, conventional scientists are still confounded by this unique organ. Why does it have similar light receptors to the human eye? What is its true purpose? Though we still have much to learn, it is accepted by many that this gland could very well be what French philosopher and mathematician René Descartes believed it to be, the very seat of the soul, or an organ that, once fully activated, could open a doorway to a deeper understanding of our true nature. As we consider the Fibonacci design of the pineal gland, does it not stand to reason that numerically perfect Fibonacci harmonics could activate this organ? If so, keep in mind that modern musical tuning deprives us of these precise harmonics, and it is likely that out of billions of people living on this planet today, few have ever heard or felt the effects of these exact frequencies. So far, we've encountered much historical data suggesting that the people of ancient Sumeria were contacted by beings more advanced than the culture of the time. Yet, amazingly, there is even more to consider. Perhaps you are familiar with the image of two snakes climbing upward around a winged staff. This iconic pictograph is often used by hospitals and physicians all over the world to represent the study and practice of human healing. However, what is even more intriguing about this design is that it also instantly conveys the undulating shape of frequency waves, the expanding spiral growth pattern revealed in the Fibonacci sequence, even the double helix design of our DNA. But were you aware that the first time this image, known as a caduceus, ever appeared in history was alongside the same Sumerian murals depicting the Anunnaki sky visitors? How long can we keep calling this self-checking matrix of interlocking information mere coincidence or an assembly of arbitrary measurements? What will it take for us to finally recognize that our understanding of mathematics, harmonics, even biology may have been gifted to us more than arbitrarily created by us? Though it hardly seems possible, there is still more evidence to support the theory that our ancient ancestors received information they could not possibly comprehend at the time, but would one day shed light on the mysterious mechanics of life. To dive into it, we will need to acknowledge two very significant clues left behind nearly 6,000 years ago: the base 60 math system and the shape of the arc as revealed by the caduceus. Combine them, and we are provided with an incredibly powerful tool, an arc of 60 degrees. Many people are familiar with what we now call sacred geometry, a pattern which can be found by drawing a specific formation of overlapping circles, and which has appeared in many sacred sites all over the world. The most elemental expression of sacred geometry is known as the seed of life, which reveals many numeric clues concerning the geometry of nature. The question is, how did we learn how to create this pattern in the first place? Using reverse engineering, it is easy to deconstruct and rebuild with circles, but what is it that would steer us to build this pattern if we had never seen it before? It is the 60-degree arc. With this tool, we no longer need to start with a whole circle and then guess what we should do with it next, because all the information is contained in this one simple shape. Eventually, no matter how or where you begin, when you start with a curved line representing 1/6 of a circle, you will be guided to create what we now know to be sacred geometry. Could this elemental shape be the true Ark of the Covenant? The Ark for which angels were named? The Ark that saved humanity from the wrath of the gods? One does not have to look far to see how this shape has been used to represent the all-knowing essence of creation in many different cultures and religions. Let's take a moment here to demonstrate what this 60-degree arc can do, not only in the realm of two-dimensional geometry, but in 3, even 4-axis geometry as well. It has long been known that when we stay in the realm of straight lines, the triangle is the most elemental flat shape, and the tetrahedron the smallest solid. But is this 4-sided pyramid really the most fundamental geometric solid, meaning it contains edges, faces, and points? The arc says no, for watch what happens when we take a straight line, bow it, duplicate it, then add another arc in the 3rd dimension. Suddenly, we have a much more organic shape, one that resembles a pulse of frequency, a leaf, a seed, or the opening of an eye. A shape that also happens to be the true smallest geometric solid possible, containing only 3 faces and 2 points, compared to a tetrahedron's 4 faces and 4 points. This revolutionary shape, coined a Tryon ray by artist Michael Evans, could very well represent both a quantum jump forward in the study of spatial geometry, while at the same time serving to reconnect us to the moment in our past when humanity made its greatest technological leap in history. As we consider this Tryon ray, With each of its three faces locked in arcs of 60 degrees, let's direct our attention to the other significant number in the Sumerian counting system, 12. Watch what happens when we take 12 of these fluid shapes, then radiate them out from 0 point. Of course, there are many directions these 12 vectors could go. How do we know which will keep us on the path of sacred geometry? For that, we simply refer back to the Sumerian 60, this time using it as an angle of deflection to form a structure that, if momentarily frozen in time, would look like this. And here we see something truly unexpected. When we use this same shape to connect the 12 outer points, we find 4 perfect orbits circling a nucleus, revealing the very structure of an atom. Or, if you choose to revert to straight lines to connect the points, you find the most elemental, perfectly balanced geometric solid, a shape Buckminster Fuller called the vector equilibrium, or the very geometry of creation. But rather than stay in this rigid realm of straight lines, let's return to the more organic, curved expression of this structure and notice another piece of intriguing information. When we add together all 36 of its arcs, each containing 60 degrees, the sum is 2160, the same as an astrological age. Then, if we multiply this 2160 by the structure's 12 external points, we arrive once again at 25,920, the master number revealing Earth's signature wobble. This construct, which has been described as the Genesis structure, also happens to give birth to the energetic pattern known as a tube torus, a zero-point energy phenomenon considered by many to be the driving force of creation in the entire universe. Consider the design of an orange, or the dynamic pattern created by Earth's magnetic field, each one revealing the energy pattern of a tube torus. What else? As we follow the expansion of this structure, we see a perfect representation of the first moments of cellular division, or the very beginning of life itself. As expansion continues, the mystery of sacred geometry unfolds in multiple dimensions. Here we see an expanding matrix built with this structure. If we dissect it at a particular point of its growth, we find the exact same seed of life that has been inspiring our species for thousands of years. Amazingly, when we do nothing more than adhere to the 12s and 60s of Sumerian math, the geometric essence of creation is revealed. It is understandably difficult to believe that contact with sky visitors has occurred in our past, but for a moment, allow yourself to consider the idea that the Sumerians were not lying, and that an intelligence of some kind did indeed choose to reach out and share certain knowledge concerning the very nature of our existence. Now stop and ask yourself the following questions. How would this intelligence judge us today? Did we use the information wisely? Did we grasp early enough that nature, whether expressed in the orbital design of an atom or the spiral of an entire galaxy, is an elegant system existing in literal harmony with itself? Or did we lose the connection through pride, ignorance, fear, and doubt, choosing to become the only known dissonant note in the otherwise harmonious design of the universe? Being creatures of free will, we stand at a unique crossroads in our evolutionary story. We can continue a while longer along the path of discord and destruction, or we can retune ourselves to the grand orchestra and participate in the ongoing symphony of creation. The choice is more critical now than any time in history, and you are alive in this moment to affect the outcome. All life, in all its dimensions, is waiting to see what happens from here.
Okay, so that was Sonic Geometry. Wow, what a movie. I can't believe something like that. It's finally been put together because they've been working so hard. I have to really give it to Eric and Alana who put this movie together and really brought so many angles to it. So I think really the fundamental note of the movie that I take away is this word harmony. and acknowledging the harmony that exists between all the layers, the harmony that exists outside of us, but also within us, and how we could use this understanding, this knowledge, this factor 9 grid, these specific frequencies to invoke that harmony from within. So I started on this journey about 4 years ago, and I've done about close to 350 plus, maybe even more, that's probably modest, circles where people have sat, and we've used these sounds that we're about to go through for the duration of this workshop. So it's going to be a live, healing, immersive sound experience. You're invited to just lie back, put on some headphones, or if you have a good subwoofer, a good speaker system, we're going to do the best we can with the mic situation, but you should be able to just tune in to the natural movement of these sounds. Everything from the documentary, all the frequencies have been deeply fundamental to my work, as I said, for the last 5 years now. So this will be a chance to take this whole workshop, all the little, pieces of information and very mysterious parts of this, and to just have an experience now, a sound experience where you can just settle into the vibration and the shimmering. There'll be a lot of overtones and some white noise. So all of those represent different components of kind of a movement and a transmutation of consciousness and a restructuring. So just let yourself dive in. I'm going to start shortly. The first thing actually I'll demonstrate before we close our eyes and really dive in, it's going to be, I reproduced during that sequence in the movie, that was the sequence with the Fibonacci, and they had put all these different frequencies layered. So I produced this just as something to kind of play with, but let's see how it sounds. Okay, we can gently come back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here with that live transmission. I super honored to be involved with this amazing workshop. It's been my pleasure. Neil is a dear brother of mine. He's somebody who actually gave me an opportunity when I came back from LA, when I came back to LA from Iowa, and he was the first bro to just acknowledge what I was doing and really help give me a space and a platform. So I want to really give a special shout out to Neil and Soul and the Portal to Ascension team for really doing great work and giving a platform for people like myself to share in this new and exciting and ancient field of healing and expanding and deepening our spiritual connection through this amazing experience, through each other, through learning, through growing. So I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. My name is Torkom Ji. You can find me at www.torkomji.com, TORKOMJI. Also, just feel free to shoot me an email if you have any questions. I think we have one right now. We have a Q&A. I'll just answer any last few questions, and then we're going to close it out. We have about a few more minutes here. So Ripple asked, generating resonance and harmony, beautiful. Can you comment on how we can also protect ourselves from dissonance, especially when intentionally synthesized to disrupt pineal activation? Namaste. I assume Ripple is referring when you say when intentionally synthesized to disrupt pineal activation. So my answer always to that would be that you are always going to be stronger than any outside anything. Anything outside of yourself is only powerful if you give it power. So that's why those things are usually hidden and out of our awareness, right? So the answer to all of those and the solution to all of those situations is to become aware, to become fully aware of the type of sounds that you're taking in as nutrients and as food, the quality of sounds, as well as your voice, your ability to speak your voice. These forms of really activating and connecting with sound more deeply within the self naturally build a more resonant field that is emanated from within, from without you. And that becomes even more difficult to penetrate on all levels, even if people have people have thoughts as waveforms intentionally, driven towards you, or whether it's the media or whatever else, waves are being used to disrupt our pineal, however they're doing that. You can empower yourself by becoming aware and choosing the right form of sounds to create a more strong auric field. Morgan asked, binaural versus isochronic for healing. So the thing about binaural and isochronic, those are both forms of entrainment. And okay, that question's gone. Crop circles, how likely is it that these, I think we'll get back to some of these. Crop circles, anonymous viewer said, how likely is it that these are created by extraterrestrial beings who are trying to raise the vibrations of humans or just make us aware of how important vibration is? That's a great point. I like to keep myself somewhere in the middle of like, wow, aliens, and then, hey, I don't know. I'm still kind of like, I'll say this, okay? If we take 99% of crop circles and we say that humans made them, and there's still that 1% that are unexplainable and humans had no involvement with, even if it's just 1% or half of 1%, there's something going on with crop circles vibrationally. And yes, they are some of the most intriguing and most beautiful patterns that I've ever seen. And I'm sure like you who's asking, anonymous viewer, you can resonate with what I'm going to say, which is when I first started seeing crop circles, I for sure know that something was happening to my sense of geometry, space, consciousness. So I'm going to have to just go out and say it's likely, but we're going to have to find out. I guess that's why we're here on the planet. Let's see if we answer some of these questions about things like crop circles. As far as binaural versus isochronic, I'll just speak to that real quick, Morgan, that those are both forms of entrainment, and I don't use either. I actually just create text. I use a form of binaural, but it's not binaural hemisync. So it's binaural in the sense that there's delays and a rhythm and a movement to the bass, especially with stereo speakers. And if you're in person, there is an effect there. But those are both forms of entrainment, and I typically don't really use those forms of entrainment because I am using my device, my synth, but also I like to create an atmosphere of sound that allows your own brainwaves to oscillate and find their own pattern naturally. So with that being said, I wish I could be more of a resource to you, Morgan. I think my time is up, but I'll definitely be able to more adequately get you some more information through Neil by the end of this workshop. And I want to just thank you all for tuning in. I do work around LA. I do about 8 events a month, so please connect with me and shoot me an email. Once again, you guys have a download for today, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time. And I hope you enjoyed this workshop. Blessings.
Thank you, brother. Just really quick, the sound clip came out really well on my end. For some people, it came out a little static. So I'm thinking maybe we can record it again later, and then we can put the direct MP3 in the replay clip so that it has smooth sound quality for everyone.
Absolutely. We'll definitely take care of that. And you know what I'll do is I'll also include some extra, more lengthier stuff that your viewers can.
Nice.
So you guys definitely get something. My transmissions are always different, but they're kind of within the same realm. So I definitely have something special. It's about an hour and a half length. So I will definitely include that as well.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Thank you for all your information, everything you do, man. I love you. We'll see each other soon.
Love you guys as well.
All right. Have a great day. Bye. Okay, awesome. So there we go with Torkom laying the foundation for everything that we're going to be doing today. And just before we move into the next presenter, I want to actually share just a couple of slides on my end. And what I'm getting from all this is sound frequency is quantum physics. And the use of sound and frequency back in ancient times by these ancient civilizations, they really in essence knew about what quantum physics was. Obviously back then may have not even had a name as we've labeled it now, because that's a relatively new term that we've given it. That's the study of the subatomic world and vibration and frequency. But I've realized over the last 10 years of research that quantum physics and metaphysics have a lot in common. So I just wanted to show you a couple slides before we go into our next presenter. And firstly, quantum physics, metaphysics connection. Well, both disciplines are based on the premise of vibration and frequency. In metaphysics, meditation and metaphysical practices are designed to increase your vibrations, and individuals that obtain enlightenment have in essence raised their vibratory frequency. So we're talking about hertz, vibration, frequency, and sound. So what is quantum physics? Quantum physics is a fundamental branch of physics that deals with attempting to define and understand the subatomic world. What that means is that we have Newtonian physics, where we're everything in the perceivable universe, the atom and above. Quantum physics, all of a sudden we're going down to the subatomic level, onto the realm that is unseen. And when we get to that realm, we realize that everything that Newtonian physics and classical physics says is real completely doesn't even go hand in hand with quantum physics in the subatomic world. So the subatomic world that is creating the physical realm doesn't have anything in common with it, and it's vibrating, and it's here and it's not here, and it's there and it's everywhere, and in the physical world it's perceived something completely differently. And what is metaphysics? Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that deals with the principles of things, such as including abstract concepts as being, knowing, substance, cause, identity, time, vibration, and space. And I would say that all of it is really vibration, because the aspect of knowing is a frequency, substance, cause, identity, time. These are all constructs and frequencies. I created this little graph that I want to share with you guys really quick. Just a few terms on either side that are used in metaphysics and quantum physics, and you can see here how they're very similar. Basically, I call metaphysics metaphorical quantum physics because we're using metaphors to explain what we have scientific terms for in quantum physics. So you can see here in metaphysics we have oneness, which in quantum physics is a singularity. So us being all part of one is really the singularity, which is found in the center of the black hole. In metaphysics you have consciousness. In quantum physics, quantum field. You got the aura, you got the electromagnetic field, vibration, wave, vibration or frequency. In metaphysics we have a realm. In quantum physics we have a dimension. And then the words energy are interchangeable and paradox are interchangeable too. So that there, to me, shows that basically what we're doing now with quantum physics, which is the new science that is bridging the East and the West, bridging religion and science, and making us understand different things such as free energy technology, how to travel in space faster than the speed of light. All of this is really scientific terms for metaphysical terms that we've had long time ago. It's all coming back now. And I'm just going to end it with this one slide here. It kind of shows how, like, on the left-hand side, you have this individual that has this auric field, and it's its own electromagnetic field. And then you have something that mainstream science has all agreed exists, which is the electromagnetic field of the Earth you have on the bottom right. So it's the same thing. We all know we have an aura, and the aura is the exact same thing the Earth has. The Earth has an aura. Everything has an aura. We're all interconnected. So that really is truly the science behind the spirituality that we're all discovering here. All right. So this takes us into our next presenter. And our next presenter we've had on our program once before. He's a truly amazing individual, currently saving up and doing a crowdfunding campaign to release a documentary where he's going to take his information to the next level. And I'm pretty excited to hear what he's been up to lately. I haven't really followed in the last year, so I'm really excited to see what new developments he's come across and heard more about his documentary. His name is David Sereda, and a little bit about him. David Sereda's first aspiration in life was to become an astronaut. Hold on, some questions. David Sereda's first aspiration in life was to become an astronaut. In 1968, David and a friend witnessed a UFO along with hundreds of other witnesses. After this experience, David grew up as a UFO enthusiast, never living in doubt of the phenomena that has swept over the world since Roswell in 1947. His interest in space, religion, philosophy, astronomy, and science led him on a career related in those fields. He has worked deeply in high technology, on environmental and humanitarian issues, and as a professional photographer for over 20 years. He has studied world religion, science, physics, paranormal psychology for over 25 years. In the 35 years of his daily practice, David Sereda has discovered that it is by meditating with breath, harmonic ascension tones, and deep relaxation awareness into the heart that brings true illumination of the mind and soul. This requires guidance and intention. So, Brother David, I'm making you presenter. Are you with us? There we go. I can hear you now.
I have a filter on my voice. I got to turn it down.
There we go. Welcome, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today.
For sure. It's all yours.
Do I sound there?
Audio quality is perfect. Just remember when you click share screen to select share desktop audio.
Okay, so when I go to share screen, share computer sound. Okay, so you see my screen now,
Yeah.
everybody? Okay,
Yep,
good.
Okay, it's all yours, brother. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Neil. So one of the things, I never really thought I would get into the world of sound and harmonics and sound healing. I say that with my 35 years experience in exploring consciousness and meditation. I mean, I've studied with meditation masters from India, many famous gurus I've hung out with and actually lived with in retreat centers, and I've met the Dalai Lama. And I've been doing meditation mainly because my father got his PhD in psychology in the 60s at Berkeley. Dr. Lynn Sereda got all of his sons, all four of us, into practicing meditation and finding ways to get really, really plugged in and actually supernaturally high. And, in the early days when I started doing this, I had this sudden absence of my mother in our lives, and my heart and my brother's hearts were very broken because my mom sent us up to Canada to live with our dad, and we hardly ever saw her again. So my heart chakra was just crushed. And I cried a lot, and I developed these serious lumps in my chest, and I could not feel any ecstasy or any bliss naturally in any way. And most of my teen years I was dealing with very severe levels of depression. I mean, not all the time, but most of it. And I meditated and did a lot of practices, a lot of yoga, a lot of breathing and pranayama techniques. I started with a teacher named Baba Haridas in Santa Cruz in the 1970s. And I found, a lot of techniques calmed my mind and they gave me some illumination. what I was experiencing for me wasn't really good enough. And, I could go into a long history of the many masters and gurus from India and yoga practices that I've done. But ultimately, over the years and doing a lot of long sitting practice and meditating every day now for about 36 years, I found when I would go into the superluminal state called samadhi, what they call it samadhi in the Indian system, and jhana in Buddhism, and just the clear light mind, when I actually slipped into those states in these retreats, and I'll give you one example. There was this one retreat I was doing with my father teaching at our house, 30 or 40 students in the room, just like there are right now. And we're sitting and sitting and sitting, and you're experiencing nothing but watching the breath and pain in the body and watching the breath and pain in the body. And suddenly there was this massive wave, an energy wave that just swept through me, and I started shaking. Like it's almost like an epileptic current moving through me, just shaking and shaking. And this massive ecstasy explosion ensued, and I had to excuse myself from the meditation hall because I was laughing so hard, and went outside, walked in the park, and I could hear the sound of the sun when I looked at it. I didn't even know the sun made a sound, but I could hear sounds coming from plants and flowers, and the willow trees were blowing in the wind, and I was literally inside of everything, so deeply inside of everything, because I wasn't my limited sphere or ego, small, limited, luminous auric self. I had broken beyond that into a universal consciousness. And then, of course, what you do when these experiences end, and this tremendous, perfectly sustained ecstasy. I mean, so perfect. It's not like an emotion or an energy rush or a reaction to, I like this music, or I don't like this music, or I like this red rose, but I don't like the blue one. It's not like that. It's everything you look at in this state, you see truly as it is. You're not actually responding in a sensory way to everything. And when you come out of this state and you're back to normal, and you're like, how did I get there? How do I get back? Because I want to be in that state all the time. And meditation, sitting, and can't get back. Not so easy. And I found over the years in studying with a lot of different teachers that one thing is absolutely consistent in most major world religions, and that is a combination of breath and sound practices and then awareness techniques to get us into these states more frequently. And at this point, I'm able to go into that same state almost every single night when I meditate. And it's so sublime and so blindingly bright in consciousness in this state that I've really mapped how it actually is successful at this point in my life at 55 years old, how I'm able to do this so frequently. And I really see that what has really allowed me to make the leap from going into this state maybe 5 times a year, I mean, truly in the illuminated state, to almost every single day. And I have to attribute it to the practice of proper breathing techniques and the right tones. And when I say the right tones, what I'm about to show you here, and this, some of you may have already seen this video, it's 18 minutes long, but it's really a prerequisite to go further into what I'm going to present today, is that there is a lost music scale that is really the scale created by the angels and God, that is far more perfect as a music scale than the Pythagorean scale, than the solfeggio scale, than the 444 and 432 scales. And you're about to see in this video a series of tone tests. And what you do, like, imagine your energy centers or your chakras are vibrational responders. And therefore, when you tone up and you go from one frequency to the next frequency to the next frequency, if the space between the frequencies has distortion, you're going to hear a wobble. And basically, the wobble is caused by the waves crashing into each other because they're not perfectly spaced. And therefore, the difference of energy going from one point to the next will meet distortion And those sounds, although if you listen to them by themselves without doing a proper tone test, you'll think, oh, that sounds great. Well, one of the things you learn in deep meditation and yoga and studying in India, and I've met the Dalai Lama, and I've been with dozens of different amazing illuminated beings, is that when you learn, even in Native First Nations or Native American traditions, you have to learn correct pitch with your voice. And if your pitch isn't correct, you're basically almost doing yourself more harm than good. And that's because you're distorting the waves within you. And basically what you're going to see, and this is quite shocking if you haven't seen this, is our current music scale, if we were to superimpose it over our chakras, is distorting between the notes. You see, voltage means difference. It means the difference between point A and point B. And if that difference is correct, then the electrons or electricity will flow from point A to point B. So your chakras are like this integrated circuit connected to the endocrine gland system. And basically, if you have the right pitch, you're going to get into the illuminated state much faster and more effectively than if you're using the wrong tones. And I hate to say this, but basically our entire music scale is wrong, which you're going to hear. The solfeggio tones are nearly correct. They're actually the best thing in existence prior to my discovery and my wife Crystal's discovery of the tones that are hidden in the Great Pyramid's mathematics, not hidden in the chambers of the Great Pyramid, not acoustic resonances where people play their flute or they inside of the king and the queen's chamber. And I'm not talking about those type of frequencies in the pyramid. These are in the mathematical dimensions, and taking the speed of light divided by dimensions of the Great Pyramid to get frequency. So you determine electromagnetic frequencies by taking the speed of light divided by the wavelength to get a frequency. And that's what I did throughout the whole Great Pyramid, and that's how I found the lost scale. And most of us know about Pythagoras and the birth of his music scale that led to the modern chromatic 12-tone scale, which really is 7 tones, A, B, C, D, F, G, with flats and sharps. But Pythagoras' scale is not perfect. And it was actually Galileo's father, Vincenzo, who actually was a classical composer and noted that the music scale given birth by Pythagoras is distorted. It's not perfect. And he said if it wasn't for instruments in the human voice, it would actually not be harmonic. So what I've done is I've made a video that will demonstrate to you, and you will see that solfeggio is not an actual music scale. It's a series of 9 tones that are nearly perfect in the spacing between them, but they do distort after the 4th note. And therefore, they can only really take you harmonically as a single series of tones to your 4th energy center in the body, but they can't take you higher than that. And the pyramid scale is actually a 10-tone scale as per the book of Psalms in the Bible and the 10-string lyre. And it's based on a number, an absolutely beautiful magic number called the 5-1. And I'm going to tell you more about the 5-1. And if you go to my website, davidsereda.net, you can see a ebook there called God's Great Pyramid. And you can actually download the book, and you're going to learn everything about 5-1 harmonics. But basically, imagine that we found this music scale so long ago that we're using everywhere today. And that all of our consciousness is infused with this scale that is not perfect, just as Galileo's father discovered. And that there are probably an infinite amount of harmonic scales in the universe, in the actual nature of the cosmos, that we have never even looked at, because we think, well, you can only play music to the music scale. And we can only do A, B, C, D, F, G, and the flats and the sharps, and we have solfeggio. And as you're going to see, the 432 scale distorts very badly. The 444 scale is probably the worst. 432 and 444 are both worse in their harmonic value as scales than our music scale currently is. But that doesn't mean 432 as a single note is not valuable. I'm not saying that it's not valuable. But what you're gonna see, if you just listen, and if you have good headphones on, it will help you a lot. If you're using your computer audio system, you're not gonna really understand this very well. But I'm gonna play this, and when it's done, I'm gonna resume with you. So here we go.
In the 5th century BC, Pythagoras taught 3 levels of harmonic music. 1. The music of the inner self, or body of a person, as the musica humana. 2. He taught the music of human-made instruments as instrumentalis. And 3. The music of the spheres, planets, stars, and the cosmos as musica mundana. The music of the humana, or human body, is the basis for how the human living instrument can be tuned to allow it to harmonize with the great spheres of nature, the planets, the stars, and the cosmos, so that it can expand its awareness to experience it and receive wisdom and knowledge from the heavens beyond earth. In order to get the human instrument to expand its small sphere of consciousness, humans made musical instruments that are tuned to various music scales. The goal is to find the perfect scale to tune the listener so that they too might have an experience of expansive cosmic heavenly peace. Beethoven wrote the Ninth Symphony while he was completely deaf to human sound, but completely absorbed in the music of his ability to hear beyond the human ear into realms of Pythagorean music of the spheres. Historically, music scales have evolved from 3, 6, and 7 tones to the point of today's 12 tones of the modern chromatic scale, with the possibility of 8 octaves of the same 12 tones. Musical instruments are tuned to a perfection that equals an actual mathematical frequency range for all 12 notes of the chromatic scale. If we listen to an ascending set of tones based on perfect frequencies for each of the 12 tones, we can hear that when played together, they audibly distort or wobble in the space between them. This audible distortion is subtle, but it rules the background of all music written to these scales. If we revert back to 7 notes of just a pure A, B, C, D, E, F, G, removing B flat, C sharp, D sharp, and F sharp, and play these ascending tones, they have no harmonic perfection at all. There is clear distortion.
In fact, remarkably, even the 432 scale, which is made very popular by the discovery of the frequency 432, fails miserably because of great distortion between the notes. So this is to say that 432 may have value as a single point frequency, but there is no musical scale that is harmonic based on 432. In fact, if we look at the 444 scale, also, we see and hear the distortion.
It is believed that a more ancient music scale existed that was more perfect, and the search for a more perfect scale has driven music theorists mad. This is because the more tones you have in a music scale, the more difficult it is to make them harmonic with no distortion between the notes. Solfeggio is one such ancient scale believed to have been so pure and so ancient, it was used by Gregorian monks to tone and unite their spirit with God. The problem lies in the actual frequencies as numbers for the solfeggio tones themselves. The interpretation of solfeggio tone scale also distorts. This means that the ancient Gregorian monks may not have actually used these numbers as tones to unite with God, but something more pure, yet undiscovered. What if we have not found their lost scale, but merely theorized that we have? To build a perfect scale based on the golden ratio, we would have C at 521.00191 Hz. When we hear 7 Phi tones, there is no harmonic distortion between the tones. What a miracle it seems, but some of the leaps in tones have huge missing tonal ranges. True Phi is a natural harmonic scale, and surprisingly no one has used it as a music scale that we know of. There is still a more comprehensive scale missing. When David Sereda did the math on the Great Pyramid of Egypt as a giant crystal oscillator, he found a clue. The answer came when he found the 5151 ruled the Great Pyramid, the square of the circle, Phi, and the Ark of the Covenant. In Greek numerology, 51 means Kithara, or ancient harp. This clue led David Sereda on a quest to see if 5151 was a number in the most ancient music scale. 515.1 is lower C, which makes it close enough to build a whole scale upon. But what would the other numbers be, and how many notes would there be on this scale? When he did the math, David Sereda found this to be a 10-tone scale. The only evidence of a 10-string instrument in the Bible comes in the book of Psalms 92:3. It reveals the 10-string lyre. Could this evidence from the Bible book of Psalms reveal an ancient harp whose 10 strings were tuned to a forgotten 10-note music scale of God? When David Sereda did the math, he used a signal tone generator to play all 10 tones, and they play with no distortion between each note. There is no other music scale that does this. Because there are 10 tones, this music scale can reach an infinite amount of octaves that rise in perfect decimal series towards infinity. Could this be the lost scale of the ancients that was used to activate the light body, the musica humana, that Pythagoras was in search of? In the Gospel of the Egyptians, we know that Jesus taught 7 sacred vowels, tones, to be repeated 22 times each. 22 divided by 7 is Egyptian pi, the resolution of a circle, only a tiny fraction different than modern pi today. We know that when Jesus and the Holy Family fled Egypt due to Herod's reign, that Jesus was raised in Egypt by his father and his mother, and we know his father was an architect, and any architect could not possibly miss the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Jesus clearly learned the lost scale and clearly taught these ancient harmonic tones as a method of ascending into light consciousness. If we look at how music is created, plucking strings which vibrate in two spatial dimensions, up and down, and speakers that push air in two spatial dimensions, up and down or in and out, as opposed to spinning sound the way nature does it, we have one more step to evolve in harmonic sound and scales. The spiritual energy in the spine needs to spin upwards to evolve and awaken the higher energy centers in the body. We were told we had 7 chakras because we only had 7 bass tones in our music scale. We actually have 10 chakras with 3 crown centers just above the top of the head. When David Sereda did the math on the Great Pyramid of Egypt as a crystal oscillator, it revealed the same scale, but as 4-dimensional upward and downward spinning waveforms. When he entered the numbers into the tone generator and produced the frequencies, the wave was spinning, rising, and falling. This is what a standing wave does in a planet or a star. It expands outward and contracts and collapses inward and repeats this pattern. Your light body inside of your own musica humana, also known as the Merkaba, is a spinning wave light body. These are the most advanced tones to come out of the math of the Great Pyramid law scale. If we listen to this 4D pyramid mass spinning waveform and then go to play the NASA recording of the sound of the sun, they have the same characteristics. When taken into the audio editing bay, their waveforms have the same pattern of mixing frequencies and long rising and falling huge nodes. Now, what is the sun? A giant light body of spinning hot gases and the birther of light and sound and harmonics of our solar system. Once you know the secret primer code in the lost scale, now being renamed the scale of life, you will know how all the stars and galaxies use the same primer code, yet remain oscillating at different frequencies. Masters of all ancient religions knew about the breath, sound, and the light as the way to gain true enlightenment. These include Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, and more. When Jesus prayed the Lord's Prayer in his own language of Aramaic, he addressed the breath, harmonics, and the light as God. He gave us a clue of a sacred tonal scale in a secret gospel. This scale is so ancient, so pure, and has been lost for over 2,000 years. It has been found for you to use today. Ancient masters left us clues of a lost chord, a lost sound, a lost harmonic scale. A scale that can activate your DNA, turn on your light body, allow you to see and follow pure visions, fulfill your dreams, enlighten your body, mind, spirit, and set you free. Attain spiritual awareness through sound, heart, and vibration. David Sereda received a message from the Archangel Michael at Christmas 2013, hearing that for the next 6 years, human DNA can receive a special upgrade. The human DNA has an upgrade encoded in breath, sound, and light awareness of what is true and sound within our hearts. This will allow us to begin the process of moving away from corruption and into the light. It will upgrade to a regenesis within this form and this form only. This regenesis will happen when you attune yourself and others through this high frequency vibration inherent in all of us. This online course lasts 6 months per year for the next 6 years. They can teach you how to activate the true light body of bliss within you. Learn from experienced teachers with over 35 years of meditation, tonal, light, breath, and harmonic field experience.
Okay, so we're back, and you can see the distortion issue is a question of why what we're taught, what we believe today the ancient people knew, according to following just one scale of thought that led to Western and European civilizations' music, is Pythagoras' scale. But what we don't know is there's another character. It's kind of like Morpheus in the Matrix, the Greek god Morpheus of dreams, but there's another god named Orpheus with an O. And Orpheus was actually a contemporary of the god Apollo, Hermes, and the birth of the first lyre, or the harp, which was given to Orpheus to listen to and to play. And what ends up happening is Orpheus goes to ancient Egypt, and he studies in Egypt, and he comes back with an absolutely superior scale, which I believe is the same scale that we found in the Great Pyramid. And you'll really know why when you read God's Great Pyramid, but I'm going to give you some insights into it right now. But basically, you know that number is frequency, because you're talking about how many waves peak up and down per second in a sound wave or an electromagnetic wave to determine a frequency. So when you look at numbers, don't necessarily be impressed by numerology or what you think those numbers mean, because our second, everything we have is based on our second. And our second is really just an invention that was based on the 365 days per year calendar, because our Earth goes around the sun every 365 point something. It's not actually exactly 365. So it ended up being a 360-day year, which should have been a 365-degree circle. But a circle is 360 degrees, because in the ancient world, they believed there were 360 days in the year. So everything got changed. Let's see something flashing here. So basically, the number that is the key number in this scale is a number you've actually already heard before. We just didn't know that it actually converted to musical sounds and a perfect scale. See, the scale of life that's inside the pyramid has 10 central bass tones, and then it has an octave shift. And an octave in a Pythagorean scale is ×2. But we know there's nowhere in nature. Nature doesn't ever use a perfect number like ×2, but somehow with his tones starting at A 440 hertz, that we just multiply by 2 or divide by 2 to go down an octave, you divide by 2, and to go up an octave, you multiply by 2. So the next octave up, A is at 880 hertz. So what happens in the pyramid scale is, because the number I'm about to show you is given birth to by the golden ratio, and the pyramid, which is the pyramid angle itself. The pyramid angle is 51 degrees and 51 minutes in degrees, minutes, and seconds, which is a 60 base or 6 base ancient Babylonian mathematics. So if you take a golden rectangle, here's my calculator, you can see it on my screen, and you say side A here, the short side, times side B, is side A is whatever the height of that is times 1.61803398887 is the length of side B. Now, if I cut that in half down the middle and make a pyramid, the pyramid angle is 51 degrees and 51 minutes. And that number is where the middle of the 10 tones in the scale of life in the Great Pyramid, or God's great music scale, actually is. It's 515.1 hertz. And you'll note that also, I mean, and this is covered in God's Great Pyramid, that all of the downloads that the ancient prophets received from God, and before we actually go further, you have to look at the true definition of what God actually means in the ancient world, in the ancient Bible. When you look at the tetragrammaton of what we call the four letters that translated into Yahweh and Jehovah in the Western Church, that those four letters actually are, according to Peter Le Mesurier, who wrote the book The Great Pyramid Decoded, published in 1977, that the ancient Hebrews got those four letters, which in their language means I am that I am. It just means the great I am, universal self presence, which is in the language of the Vedas, which is the Vedas in the ancient Indian civilization of the Far East. They were so close to the Middle East that basically you only have a language translation of the same thing, the what's known as the Atman, or the Paramatman, meaning the supreme universal self, the I am that I am. But Le Mesurier documents that the Hebrews got it from the ancient Egyptian Hafwa, and the Hafwa is a tetragrammaton. It's four letters, but it means the same thing, but it sounds different, because you don't really hear a sound with these letters, because there's no vowels. You have vowels, consonants, and syllables, and you basically you don't have any air moving through anything without a vowel. So it looks like the ancient Hebrews borrowed the I am that I am from the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Indians of the Far East all had the same concept, but they had different languages to express it, and their different languages produce different sound tones in the meaning of I am that I am. But the universal self, the I am that I am, then actually has an earlier source, which was pure vowel tones. And the Greeks documented from an earlier source in ancient Egypt to be just literally the pure vowels. In the Gospel of the Egyptians, which is one of the Gospels found in the collection of buried Gospels in Egypt, such as those at Nag Hammadi, Egypt, which were found in 1945, and many, many others have been found. In the Gospel of the Egyptians, we see a story of Jesus, and his name is actually just a tone. It's a series of vowels. And the vowel sounds for his name actually vary. But we do know that in Aramaic, the name of Jesus is a tetragrammaton. It's four letters. So it can't actually be Jesus, J-E-S-U-S, because that's five letters, or Yeshua, which is six letters, because we know that in his language, there's only four letters. So we know that the expression of his name comes from a tetragrammaton. And the tetragrammaton for Jesus' name is actually Yisa. And it's a different sound. But even earlier sources in the Gospel of the Egyptians just have the name of God, the Creator, as pure A-I and O, and possibly U. So in the Gospel of the Egyptians, there is a recitation practice that it predates Christ, but it goes into intoning a series of 7 vowels. And we have 5 vowels in our system, A, E, I, O, U. But if you can also say A as ah, right? So you can say A, ah, you see. So they have 7 vowels. There really is more vowels than what we can see. There's probably even 10 vowels. But what happens in the Gospel of the Egyptians is there's a practice of activating the light body through the intonement of vowels at the correct pitch. We don't know what the pitch is, but we do know that the vowel sounds are intoned 22 times each, times 7 vowels, and 22 divided by 7 is Egyptian pi, or the resolution of a circle. But what you're going to see is something even more amazing. is when you look at the number that we're about to present to you is the 5151 is the master builder number for a scale system in the pyramid mathematics of a total of 360 perfect tones. So you have a mid scale, a major scale, and a minor scale. And in the distortion tests we've done mathematically with the tone generator, none of those ever distort. They remain perfect. And that is such a miracle, because in our music scale, even if you tone test the central channel, you can hear the distortion. But when you move up and down octaves in our music scale, you can get really bad distortion to less distortion, depending on which octave you're actually working with. But in this scale hidden in the pyramid, it doesn't matter where you move, they all remain at the purest levels with the lowest distortion of any scale. So what you actually do in this practice, my wife Crystal is going to give you a demonstration. Do you want to give a demonstration?
Sure.
What we actually do is, for example, you'll, in the course, which you can get on flash drive year 1 and year 2 now, you'll get an exercise to do breathing exercises, and then after the breathing exercises, you'll use your voice to match the pitch you hear in the headphones. And when you match it with the right vowel sound, you'll feel a resonance that is so incredible and so deep. It can pulse or shimmer, or when you're absolutely perfectly in sync with it, there's not even any shimmering. But for example, what you do is you go, like, you open, I use Audio Toolbox, and we open here, and let's just say we're going to tone our voice right now to 515.1. So when I turn this tone on, and you'll hear this in the exercises, and you use your voice to match it. Crystal will show you with her back. She has a background in opera and jazz and music and singing for many years in Los Angeles. And you hear the tone, and then you match it with your voice. So I'll let her show you actually how you do that. But what you do,
just play all the tones?
well, we're not going to do all the tones today here, but actually we could. I could set up a series of tones. The first number in the central spine of the scale will actually amaze you. It's 111.1, or the 1111. And in the minor scale, you move the decimal to the left. In the major scale, you move the decimal to the right. So the number that we've been seeing everywhere in the clocks, it turns out, and in your receipts and in street signs, it turns out that the universe has been trying to tell you that this is the right scale. And what will astound you is, in the modern music scale, when you go A440 down 4 octaves is A110. So we're at 111.1. You can't audibly detect the difference very well between 111.1 and 110. But that's how little the difference is in this scale. It's really just so perfectly tuned. So the next number up is 212.1, the 313.1, 313.1, and then there's the 4-1, the 5-1, and the 616.1. It just keeps going up, but we can just go to there. There's actually an amazing discoveries, and there's some good videos on YouTube about the 6-1 being the number of the perfection and correction to human DNA. And what's amazing about this, as soon as this news broke that the 6-1 harmonic was the correction to the 666 DNA that we all have encoded in all of our carbon molecules in our body, and the correction was the 616.1. And when I saw that it was in the scale, because this number is in the pyramid, I was so astounded, and I went, oh my God, I mean, it's so clear here that they're going to do a number on this number. And what ends up happening is you see this scholarly article saying they found out that the real number for the mark of the beast isn't 666, it's 616. And that's because what they're trying to do is, they know that when we figure this stuff out, they don't want us to get the 6161 tone. They want you to stay on the 666 and therefore keep you in the dark. And that's what we've been ruled by, is the 666 in our carbon molecule, in all of the carbon that's inside of our bodies. So Crystal's going to actually demonstrate to you. Crystal, do you want to come here and then we're going to go deeper and deeper into the Ark of the Covenant. And later, you're going to learn what this is. This is actually the length of the Ark of the Covenant. It's a xylophone bar, and it's 51.51 inches. And I'll show you exactly how that comes about. Well, see, what happens is God tells Moses to make the Ark of the Covenant 2.5 cubits. And when you find out royal cubits, and when you find out what a true cubit inch is 20.605 inches per royal cubit, times 2.5 is 515125. So I'm going to show you how this number is absolutely everywhere, and it's the number that Orpheus used in his scale, the most miraculous scale discovered by the ancient Greeks. So Crystal, do you want to come and do this? Crystal? I'm not sure. Maybe something's happening with our child. So I'll demonstrate what you do. So you hit the tone, and these are pre-recorded for you in the course. So this is 111. And I know you can hear that, but I actually can't hear that because it's not actually going through my system. So you just use your voice and hit an ah, and you adjust it by shaping your mouth, the size of your mouth, your teeth, and you play around with it until you hit it just right. And
David, are we supposed to be hearing the tone? Because I don't hear anything.
Oh, you don't hear it?
No.
There's audio, built-in audio. Okay, let me tell you. Let me just go to my system preferences.
Maybe if you want, stop share screen and then make sure you select share computer sound.
Okay, can you hear it now?
No.
You can't hear it now, so let's try built-in. Can you hear it now?
Nope.
Can you hear it now?
No.
I had this working earlier, and you can't hear it now.
No, nothing.
Okay, I can't hear it now. No, that says there's no audio. Line out. No, that says there's audio coming from my computer right now. Did you guys hear the audio on the video?
Yeah, we heard that.
Okay, so this doesn't make any sense because I heard it earlier.
Try stopping the screen share and then doing it all over again.
Okay, stop share.
Yeah. Stop share and then select screen share.
And then screen share.
Select share computer sound.
Yep, share computer sound was selected.
Let's see.
And then there's audio toolbox.
No, still don't hear anything.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to do this then, but I'm just going to give you, basically the overview of it, of how it actually works. You see, so to learn, I don't know why this isn't working. I'm just going to have to quit audio toolbox. What happens in the course is you start with the lowest octave, and for a whole 2 weeks, you work at that octave level. And the first tone, which is, you can barely hear it on your headphones. But if you have good headphones, you'll hear it, and you just start humming really lightly. And then you'll hear the next tone come up a little bit, and then you adjust your vowel tones to that pitch, and then the next one and the next one. And then in the morning, you do the breathing exercises for 5-10 minutes, and then you do your toning up. And then at nighttime, you tone down to relax your consciousness back down. And then after 2 weeks, you move to the next octave. And there's a total of 12 octaves in each scale. And there's 3 scales, a mid, a minor, and a major scale. So it takes 3 years to really get all 3 scales resonating inside of you. And this is what I'm telling you. In 36 years of daily meditation, and doing every technique there is, from breathing rebirthings to, pranayamas, all the different pranayamas, yogas, It doesn't matter how many of these techniques I've done, and it's not that they don't work to a great degree, but it takes an awfully long time to truly get your light body turned on. And when your light body is turned on, it's not like you're just going to visualize white light and you're going to feel it better. What happens when the light body is really, really switched on properly is the levels of ecstasy that radiate from the heart and the crown chakra get so blinding, you'll be begging for it to stop at times. It gets so bright. It's so intensely luminous. And everything you look at in this state, it will utterly astound you as if you're seeing it for the first time. Your consciousness becomes so merged and so transparent. You don't empath like people's negativities. You're way past that stage in meditation where you become super sensitive and you don't want to feel everybody else's stuff because you don't like their stuff. You only actually see their light body as well. And you actually see them at a level of their own consciousness that is a substratum to the layers of their own identification with their self, that you wonder why they don't actually see the same thing you're actually seeing. And what I found is doing the toning exercises has brought me into that state so consistently, which we've been now doing for 2 years with the students in the course. And the feedback I'm getting from most of the people who are doing the tones and doing them faithfully and properly is they're getting the results too. See, what happens in God's Great Pyramid is you'll see this number, the center of the spine of all the numbers in the center spine of the scale. Then you multiply it by the golden ratio, and you'll see numbers that you don't even recognize, and you divide it by the golden ratio to go down in octaves. So, for example, you can see in my calculator, I can go 51.5125, which is the bottom scale, and I multiply that by 1.6180339,887, and my next tone up is going to be 83.3489 hertz. So, and then you multiply it again, and you divide it by that number to go down an octave. Well, what's amazing, once you realize, and where I discovered that the master number is the 515125 as the building block to every single temple that the I am that I am God told the prophets to build, it was based on Peter de Missouri's discovery that inside the Great Pyramid, the most common measurement is 41.21 inches, and the Egyptian inch and our inch are 0.00106 different. The difference is so tiny you can't even see it until you do very, very large measurements. So the Egyptians had inches, and they're almost identical to ours. There's this very, very slight difference. So 41.21 in 14 places in the Great Pyramid is equal to 2 royal cubits. So divided by 2 is 20.605 inches. So if we take the Holy of Holies, which is the cube in the middle of Solomon's temple where the Ark of the Covenant is housed, then what happens is, hang on, I just got to close the door here, is we take 20.605 inches times is 20 royal cubits. You get 4121. But the decimal's just 412.1 inches is the side length of the cube of the Holy of Holies, and the height and the depth. So that's the number that's everywhere inside of the Great Pyramid, and you have to wonder, how come the Holy of Holies, designed by God of the prophets, has the same number as the most common number inside of the Great Pyramid? Common measurement in the Great Pyramid is the 4121, and decimals can be moved over left and right. Now let's go to Noah's Ark, which is way earlier, supposedly a boat. And you say God said make that 300 royal cubits times 20.605 inches is 6181.5 inches. Now this is going to blow your mind what happens next, because that's the golden ratio. 61815 is Egyptian golden ratio, and the decimals just moved over. But divide that by 12 inches in a foot, and notice that we don't have any evidence that the ancient Babylonians used a 12-inch foot, but we know they had the 12 tribes of Israel. It comes to 515125. It's the length of Noah's Ark. And remember, the pyramid angle is 51 degrees and 51 minutes, and that's born out of golden ratio. Now, one thing many people tried to do with the Great Pyramid is determine what is the ratio of its base to its height today, and its finished height if it had a capstone. And they found that it was so close to the golden ratio, but it didn't quite hit the golden ratio the way we understand golden ratio today. And it's not that it's not golden ratio, because what I did is I took the inverse. I took the height of the Great Pyramid, multiplied it by golden ratio, and I got 777.77 feet for the base. And you know, this cannot be coincidental, because the 777 and the number 7 is the number of the goddess Isis. And if you take the a circle of 360 degrees divided by 7 points, you're very close to 5151 in 10 base mathematics and in the decimal system. So you know, again, you're seeing the consistency of what I'm telling you. And in fact, in the Greek system, because they have a number value for every word in the ancient Greek as well as the ancient Hebrews, and it's not a numerology system that was made up later on. They literally had numbers for every word and every letter in their alphabet. The number for the Kithara, which became Sitara, and that also demonstrates the connection between the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, and the Indian civilization and the Vedas, and also became Gitara. The number for Kithara is 5-1. That's actually its value. So we know that the Greeks knew the 5-1 scale. And then you can also, I can really blow your mind about 5-1. First of all, it is believed that Merlin was the creator of Stonehenge and the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table might have actually been Stonehenge. There are some people who speculate that. But Stonehenge sits at 50, if you go on Google Earth, it sits at 51 degrees and 1 minute north latitude, this way. And so I always mix the two up in my head. So you move over to the right of Stonehenge and you'll come to Margate, England, and you'll find the Shell Grotto, this underground castle of seashells with these amazing rooms of millions of seashells. It's sitting at 51 degrees and 1 minute. So you got to start to wonder about why these things are placed on the 5-1 lines and why 5-1 based mathematics. And you'll see this in my book, in our book, God's Great Pyramid, that literally every single thing from Ezekiel's temple and the visions of Ezekiel to Solomon's temple, the cube of Solomon's temple, the Ark of the Covenant, you take 20.605 inches times 20.605 inches times 2.5 royal cubits long. It's 515125, and it never varies from 515125. It won't be 515165 or 30. It's always 515125. You go to Ezekiel's temple, and you even in the end go to the New Jerusalem cube that comes down out of the sky in the presence of God at the end of the book of Revelation. And you'll see that this harmonic number is everywhere, and it's everywhere for a reason, because this is perfect pitch. You can see in the tone test in the video I demonstrated, especially if you have good audio, because when you're playing low frequencies, you basically, the speakers in your computer, that you won't hear them properly at all because there's no bass there. So what I've done from this point is absolutely proven that everywhere that the I am designer came into the prophets, everything is built on units of this number, 5.15125 inches. And that is probably a hand breadth, because a royal cubit is based on elbow to fingertip plus a hand breadth, equals 20.605 inches. And I'm 6 feet tall, I've measured myself from here to here, and I'm actually 20.605. And so I must be, and my wife is too, which is really amazing because we're different heights. And so it's, of course, everybody's different. And the Egyptian people themselves were quite short, a lot shorter than I am. And then when you get into the really, really ancient Egyptians, you'll find like King Kesekamui was 8 feet tall, and that his elbow to fingertip was probably the 20.605. So what ends up happening, uh-oh, I got a little Buddha in here. Hi, Buddha. That's my little baby crawling on the floor. That's Daria. So what ends up happening is you take units of 5.15125 times 4, and you get 20.605. You see, so that's the small unit, and it's probably the hand breadth number that you can't really find anywhere. So a cubit plus a hand breadth is a royal cubit. But now a royal cubit is 20.605. A standard cubit could be 17, 18 inches. I mean, there's, the common builder would use the common cubit, and there's no way the God of the Old Testament would be using common cubits. And proof is in the book of Ezekiel, where the angel appears to Ezekiel and says that you have to build a cubit in a handbreadth. Of course, that's translated into the Latin and then into the English, which probably originally meant the royal cubit. But when looking at the Egyptian rods, the existing Egyptian rods that were actually excavated and discovered in archaeology digs, there's an inconsistency on their royal cubit inch, and that's why traditionally a royal cubit can range between 20.6 and 20.8 inches. But that would mean the Egyptians didn't know the exact perfection of the royal cubit because they didn't have lasers to take measurements. But whomever designed and built the Great Pyramid obviously did, because Lemizure found this in 14 places. The 40121 is 2 royal cubits. So if I multiply 20.605 by 2, I get the 40121, which is the true length of the Holy of Holies. 20 royal cubits, it says in the Bible, times 20.605. Again, we just did this. It's 40121. So what you see is the 40121 is only an expression of 4 times the 5.15125. And you can move the decimals over, and you will still see it. So it turns out that the height of the Great Pyramid finished, it fits inside of 2 circles that form a vesica Pisces, and there's a ratio of the height to the width of the vesica Pisces if the 2 circles meet the midpoints of each other. And I found the exact ratio for calculating that. It turns out that the Great Pyramid is the height of the vesica Pisces of 2 circles of 515.125 feet, the 515.125 feet, for the length of Noah's Ark. And that just absolutely ties Noah's Ark to the Great Pyramid. And now they're saying there's a new discovery in the Dead Sea Scrolls done at a university in Israel that the oldest copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls states that Noah's Ark is a pyramid shape. It doesn't say it's the Great Pyramid, it says it's a pyramid. But when you understand that, and the mathematics here proves and ties it to the 5151 once again, and the 51 is the master number of the Great Pyramid, and that's built on half of a golden rectangle, cut in the middle, you make your pyramid, check your corners, it's 51 degrees, 51 minutes, depending on how accurate the use of the golden ratio is. And God's golden ratio seems to be 1.1 to 1.61815, whereas Fibonacci, who studied in ancient Egypt, see, Fibonacci, Leonardo of Pisa, Fibonacci, is not the inventor of the golden ratio. He learned it in the mathematics of ancient Egypt. And the mathematicians at that time didn't have lasers like we use today to take perfect measurements. And so there's no way he could have seen this to the degree of perfection we understand it mathematically today. So all this math that I've done on the Great Pyramid started when this experience came, this experience came in a dream where God, the God of the Old Testament, wrote me a letter in a dream telling me to go look at Noah's Ark and cube it. See, cube it actually means cube it, make a cube out of it. And that's why the Holy of Holies cube is a cube. And there's something so special about the cube spiritually and its resonance vibrationally to participate in as a ritual. And we're led to believe that only men are allowed inside of the Holy of Holies cube on the Day of Atonement in Israel. But now there have been excavations done in the village of Migdal, where Mary Magdalene is from, and her family were the wealthiest merchants in that village. And that they've now verified there's no way, and this is even in Smithsonian Magazine, there's no way that this Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. That had to have been another woman, because her family was so incredibly wealthy, and they now believe she financed the Jesus movement. But in her town, and the archaeology record shows this, they found a stone. It's almost like an ark itself, an Ark of the Covenant itself, and it has a 6-petaled flower of life and the 6 candle. There's a whole presentation of graphics carved into the stone, and the temple dimensions are so close to the Holy of Holies. I mean, it's so close. When you get these dimensions, you have to measure from the inner dimension, and there's different stone thicknesses, and it was all destroyed, and they only have the remaining 4 stones. But when we take the 412 inches for the Holy of Holies divided by 12 inches in a foot, you get 34.34 feet. And I think it's 35 point something feet, but they're at the outer edge. So it's very most likely probable that the Holy of Holies cube in Mary Magdalene's village is an exact 34 of our feet today, which they didn't even use. And it's interesting that it comes to 34.34, which is a double number. So we don't think they had feet in those days, but we know they had the 12 tribes. And also, see, Moses's staff, it's written in the Bible, in the Old Testament, in the books of Moses, laid inside of the ark. So his staff would have been this long. And hang on. And as long as, and what we've done, these are available for people to get. I'm actually getting near the end here, so I'm going to show you what's actually possible for you now. We actually have an entire xylophone that is based on the scale of life in the Great Pyramid. And this piece of metal is finished, and then we vibrationally tune it. It's not just cut at the length of the Ark of the Covenant, but it's actually vibrationally tuned to the frequencies of the whole scale. And then what happens is when you ring it, oh no, let me know, Neil, if this is actually ringing. So you can hear it. And what's amazing about that frequency vibration is when I checked it with a meter, of course, depending on what you hit it with, your initial sounds can be varying frequencies, but its most consistent vibration was 151 hertz. And that is astounding considering the length of this bar is the 515125 inches. And it rings at a frequency of, it reads 5-1 left to right and right to left. And of course, in the ancient world, the Arabs still read right to left, we read from left to right. And there's a whole philology of word and the meaning of masculine and feminine reading right to left and left to right. Now the arc width is 1.5 royal cubits wide and high, and the arc width sounds like this. And that's just one ring. So it just keeps going. And actually, you know, with a good microphone, I'm using a Newman, which is a pretty phenomenal $1,000 microphone. But it just keeps ringing and ringing and ringing. So what I'm making available to you is you're going to be able to buy just the sound of the recording to meditate with. And for those people who want a bar that's made out of the right type of aluminum, that's nice and soft and will resonate really nice, and it's finished and then it's tuned. These are $300 with shipping, and the shipping is a lot if you want to get one of these. And as a set, you get both bars. You get the length and the width of the Ark of the Covenant. And then what also that we actually have are a series of, see, when you understand what's generating all the frequencies on the planet Earth and what's generating all the frequencies that we telecommunicate with, it's all crystal technology. Quartz crystals are used in the crystal oscillators in your computer. They're used in the transistors in your computers. So crystals are actually running everything. And depending on the dimensions that you cut a crystal at, that determines its frequency vibrations. So another thing I did is I took the dimensions from Peter Demisery's book of 572.2 primitive inches for the capstone base side, and then you times 4 for 4 sides of the Great Pyramid, and then I take the speed of light, which has now been re-resolved because of the metric, divided by that perimeter wavelength, and I got 5.151 megahertz square wave. And that is the most astounding thing to consider, that the ancient builder, architect of the Great Pyramid, which we now know is actually the I am that I am, Supreme Holy Spirit itself, which is also whom created this scale, this complete scale, which you saw demonstrated in the video. And if you want to meditate to these tones, you can just go to davidsereda.net and buy the flash drive course for year 1 and then for year 2. And I think that's $160 and then $140. $140 for year 1, $160 for year 2. So it's a very affordable course. It's 26 lessons. And so that's what's available to you right now. And also what we do is I found a way to program crystals as pendants. You can even send in your own favorite jewelry. And, you know, we have bracelets and we have different crystal pendants, and we can vibrate them using a very deep field collapsing wave, highly dense magnetic field. There's actually 3 stages to get a crystal to open up and clear its previous memory. And crystals are living beings, and they're ripped out of the earth and mined with no consciousness. And basically, when I get a crystal from a gem show and I feel it with my nervous system, it clearly has been violated. Clearly, most of them are not resonating nicely anymore. And we program our crystals with the sound of the sun is its base frequency. And some people want the scale of life tones or different, you know, star system frequencies on top of that. And then when you wear it, because your body uses electrolytes, which is what crystals are, to give itself ions and energy, it shares the vibrations with your nervous system. And one of the most important ways to overcome the negative effects of electromagnetic field pollution from Wi-Fi and cell phones and towers and the internet, wireless internet, is that your nervous system is being attacked by all these frequencies. So by wearing, you can't actually block them. There's only one metal we've ever tested that will block microwaves. And most of the companies out there selling stuff are actually lying. You have to use tungsten, and tungsten's $400 for a sheet. And it's just too expensive. So the only thing you can do is reharmonize your system. And to reharmonize your nervous system is to tone every day, or as many days as possible. I mean, we try to tone every day, but some days we get busy. Morning and night. And our children, my daughter, this is a lyra. Her name is from the lyre, which is the early Kathara.
Did you share with them how you made the xylophone for them?
Yeah, I did. And so that's what's possible for you. So the most affordable thing for people to do, because we want to make this available for everybody, is you can download even just the toning up and toning downs on our website for year 1, or you can take the course. Or to go to the deepest levels of our technology is to go to davidsereda.net and see the mantra coil transmitters, which can transmit full spectrum. that means way beyond the limitation of where we start to hear. We supposedly start to hear at 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And notice the number of a royal cubit inch is 20.605 inches. If you go to your tone generator and enter 20.605 hertz, that's where you start to hear. That's pretty miraculous. And then you go all the way up to 20,000 hertz. But the coils and the wands that we have, they come with a whole series of programs for you to transmit. You connect the coil or the wand to a stereo amplifier, and then you connect your iPod or your computer device where all the files that comes with it, you store them, and you can choose to run different programs or pyramid frequencies or even planet frequencies. I'm just looking at the time here, because when we look at the different major brainwave states, from deep delta brainwaves to theta brainwaves to alpha, beta, and gamma brainwaves, when I take the speed of light divided by the circumference of the Earth, you get the Tesla-Schumann resonance, but actually a little bit lower than the resonance that Tesla measured, because Tesla measured it in Colorado. The circumference of the Earth is bigger at the equator, so you get a slightly lower 7.45 hertz at the equator, 7.5. And basically that's theta. So we dream at the frequency of our own planet. And therefore you can, my coils come with all the frequencies of the 9 planets, and each planet corresponds to a different frequency wavelength that human consciousness actually operates at in these different brainwave states. And interestingly, when we talk about raising our frequency and raising our vibration, it's more about tuning your vibration, because when you go into deep theta, theta is very relaxing. In fact, when you activate your light body, you're going into super relaxed, slowed down wavelengths, not super hyper high frequency wavelengths. When we're awake and we're doing physical activities, we might go from 100 to 200 hertz in the physical brain system. But when we're sleeping at night, we'll go down to, if like a baby, like our baby here, when she's feeding, she'll go into deep delta, which is dreamless deep meditation. So if you want to get beyond the influences of the astral plane and go more into your light body plane, you actually go deeper than theta, you go into delta. And the delta planets are the big planets: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Earth is alpha, Earth is alpha theta bandwidth. It's right on the border. Mars is alpha. Mercury is just a tad under 20 hertz, and Mercury is right about where you start hearing. It's quite interesting. And when Mercury goes retrograde, it means it goes behind the sun, and we lose the magnetic transmission of Mercury's frequencies. We lose the alpha beta function in the brain, upper alpha and the beta function of the brain, which is high concentration and focus. And the reason nobody can focus when Mercury goes retrograde is you lost 20 hertz. So if you do the frequencies of Mercury during retrograde, you can really counteract that loss. But naturally, the brain will tune into these different states, but consciousness operates at a level way beyond the organism of the nervous system itself. It's more about tuning and being in the right pitch than it is about trying to be at the highest frequency. It's true, when your light body's activated, light gets into the highest frequencies in the universe. But what William Tiller found in his studies as a Stanford material scientist and consciousness researcher is consciousness operates beyond the gamma, the highest light frequency spectrum. And when consciousness is coherent and therefore tuned, and tuned means in the proper pitch and tone, then your light body becomes super coherent and super, super luminous. And you experience that as tremendous, tremendous bliss and love, deep, deep peace, deep, deep bliss, peace, consciousness. And that's what this sound healing is all about. I believe, that the most advanced star beings in the universe are highly, highly tuned beings. And they figured out how to build flying saucers and move around the universe, not by accident. The universe doesn't let you see those ideas if you're still stuck in discordant wave consciousness, because discordant wave consciousness is waves distorting and slamming against each other, which is a duality-based consciousness. See, our brains, our audio cortex in our brain is a right and a left hemisphere, just like our consciousness is good and evil. God said, if you take in the knowledge of good and evil, you'll die. And you die because you go into polarity matrix and you say it has to be this way or that way. And when you talk to your friend, they go, no, it has to be this way. And you go, no, it has to be this way. So you get into an argument. And that's either or consciousness. But what's actually coming out next at davidsereda.net is I've designed based on pyramid mathematics and the 4 uneven sides of the pyramid, which you saw in the video. And you play all the 4 uneven sides together, and then 5, and then 6, 7, and 8, and then even 10, is they form the different flower of life structures, and your brain starts to develop these. See, binaural beat just means bi audio, 2 waves that are slightly out of phase, so you get a stereoscopic effect like this as opposed to like this. But when you go to trinaural audio, 3 points, you see, you get 3 points, or the Trinity consciousness. Then you go to quadra consciousness. Then you go to 5-point pentaconsciousness, and then you go to the hexaconsciousness, the 6-pointed consciousness, and then you develop 7, 8, 9, 10 spheres in the actual brain. Where our audio experience today is barely reached the binaural level of harmonics. You can't just have 2 frequencies that are different numbers, because if they're different numbers and they're out of phase, you get distortion. So the mathematics in the pyramid shows out of phase waves that are perfectly harmonically out of phase. And I found I can do that up to 10 points. And that's exactly what the ancient Greeks had. So you're going to be able to hear and meditate to a series of tones that first is single point audio, then binaural, trinaural. And you'll see that this number here, the 5.151, the 515125, right? So you go back to this, 5.15125 is your basic building block in everything inside of all of the holy structures and temples for a reason. Because God wanted the ark at this length because it would vibrate at a specific set of vibrations which would tune the priest or priestess to the right frequency. And the same with the Holy of Holies. We now know that Mary Magdalene, in the Gospel of Philip, it clearly states in the Gospel of Philip that she was inside of the Holy of Holies with Christ, and it's a marriage temple. And the idea that only men are allowed in there was an idea invented much later, and it was all part of diminishing women. So what we're about to release is the next level of toning, going beyond binaural, this, and then trinaural, quadrinaural, etc., to develop the sacred geometry holographics of your own nervous system. But watch this. So in the ancient Hebrew, the number 17 means message from God. And 17 times 3 points is 5-1. Now remember the manifestation of how many fishes? 153 fishes in the miracle of Jesus. So the 153 fishes that Jesus manifests after the resurrection, divided by the triangle, the 3 points of the pyramid, is 5-1. So it's all, these are actually called triangle numbers. This is in year 2 in the course. In year 2 in the course, you're going to learn all about sacred geometry and sound and harmonics, and how the right spacing between frequencies builds these sacred geometries inside of you. So you become a living, breathing, walking memory of perfect resonant harmonics. Right now, we're walking memories of a slightly distorted music scale that Pythagoras found. But when Orpheus went to, who's another Greek mystic, goes to Egypt and comes back, everyone's jealous. In some versions of the story, the Orphics were kind of like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They used to go door to door and convince people to start doing these tones, and they would do the toning exercises and get enlightenment. But apparently, in some versions, Zeus became so angry because Apollo and Hermes, the brothers, and also Athena, the sister, they were all involved in building the beginning of the music scale, and that's why they're credited with the birth of the early lyra, my daughter Lyra here, and Orpheus comes along with this better music scale. But we know the Greeks knew this scale because the kithara is 5/1. The kithara is 5/1. So it's actually debatable whether the Pythagorean numbers we're given today are not part of an ancient conspiracy to bury the truth by the Illuminati. The Pythagoras probably knew the 5/1 scale, because the last clue they didn't bury is the kithara. The numerical value for kithara is 5/1. And so 5/1 divided by 3 equals the 17, message from God, times 3 equals 5/1 times 3 again equals the 153 fishes. And you'll see in the Gospel of the Egyptians the number 152 and the 153. And you'll see how this all ties in to everything that I'm saying. And I know that what you've heard today, some of you will go, well, but what about 432? And, 432, you take the speed of light, 186,282 miles per second, and you take the square root of that, and you get 431.6. But if you take, you clear that, you take the speed of light in metric, which is 300,000 kilometers per second, just a tad into that, take the square root of that, and it's 547. So, you see, units of measure are not a universal language. The only universal language is ratio and frequency. Those two numbers, whether using Greek feet or alien feet, or English feet or ancient Egyptian cubits, as long as you resolve your speed of light divided by your wavelength in any unit of measure, you're going to get the same frequency. And if you change what a second is, it's still the same actual frequency. You can measure the frequency in different numbers based on different seconds, but it doesn't change the frequency of the tone. And ratio, like here's an example. You take a ratio of 10 centimeters divided by 9 centimeters, and you get an infinity, an Archimedean infinity, which is a ratio of 1 to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But if you take centimeters, 10 centimeters, don't say 10 kilometers, and convert it to feet, and you take the 9 kilometers and convert it to feet and do the math, you just divide to do ratios, it's 1 to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And music scales are all built on proper ratios of octave shifts and proper ratios between tones. And that means it never, ever changes. That is a universal language. And with that, I have a closing video to show you. And I urge you truly to, and I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart and my children and my wife, that in all my years of meditating and studying with gurus, I have never reached the true illuminated state more often than I do now since we started the toning and combined it with meditation. Being at the right pitch is absolutely the key. You can see, if you haven't seen this movie, Meeting with Remarkable Men with Bill Murray, a very old movie he did, he goes to the Middle East and literally is searching for what the Sufis discovered is the right pitch. And once you're at the right pitch, the whole universe opens up to you. And if you're slightly off, then you will be slightly off. So you go to YouTube. My channel is Spaceman99. You can see all my videos there. You can either search David Sereda, S-E-R-E-D-A. And you can see this video, and I was on Coast to Coast AM recently about this. We got a signal from space. The Russians got it in the middle of May, not this past May, but the May before. And the waveform that came in from the star from space produced an actual waveform graphic. And what I did is I took the ratio of the spaces between the peaks and valleys on the waveform to determine if it was a harmonic transmission or a disharmonic one. And humans don't even know how to build harmonic ratios because our music scale is proof of that. Whoever built the Great Pyramid, which I believe is God, the supreme I am that I am God. And Jesus said, before Abraham was, I am. And the I am, that's telling you who Jesus truly is. He's the manifestation of the I am, that I am, the Supreme Universal Holy Spirit Self. But what's amazing about the signal from space is I thought it would just be chaotic numbers that would wobble in the space between. But the wave up and the wave down tone test perfectly. So you can watch this video, and that will be the closing video we'll see. And then I'll check with Neil and see if there's any questions about what you want to do.
German secret societies
here, just-
ran into a group of Nordic-looking beings.
So there we go. Okay, hi, this is David Sereda, and we're talking about this signal from the star HD 164595, which is optically close to Vega, and the star is actually in the constellation of Hercules. And of course, Vega is the star in the movie Contact, which is based on Carl Sagan's book Contact, which is far better than the movie if you ever get a chance to read the book. And apparently this signal was detected actually in May 15th of 2015 by a Russian Breton 600 radio telescope not far from the border of Georgia. And the Russians did not convey their detection of the signal until a year later to SETI and the SETI team. And so they're kind of upset because nobody got to confirm the signal. The signal is about 0.75 Janskis and a wavelength of 2.7 centimeters. And apparently it's an 11 gigahertz signal. And they're saying that this signal is technically a weak signal, not a whopping signal like you saw in the movie Contact, but the strength it would take to send this signal, and this is actually my breakdown of the actual graphic of the signal itself. We're going to talk about this in a minute. But to send a signal of this strength, you would have to be a type 2 civilization. We're not even a type 1 civilization. You would need to harness all the energy of our sun, or actually there's two approaches. One is if the ETs, or if ETs even sent the signal and they kind of gunshotted it all over the universe, they would have to be a super advanced civilization. In fact, it would be impossible to produce enough energy to send the signal in all directions. And the second is likely to be the way the signal was sent, which means it was intentionally sent at us in our solar system. And you would need all of the electricity for a brief moment in time that the entire planet is producing right now in our civilization. You would actually need to focus all that energy in a beamed, huge transmitter to send the signal for it to have reached Earth from a star 94 light years away. So this star is 94 light years away. So when I saw the waveform, this is the actual waveform of the signal, it was apparently only a few seconds. And you can see with my cursor here, I've marked in red between the valleys of the waves and the peaks. You see these little jagged marks? This is kind of like the stock market, or if you look at audio files and you say the word cat or dog or anything, basically your voice is converted into peaks and valleys and waves from the vowels and the consonants. So we're looking, what interests me is the ratio between these wave points on the ascending signal and the wave points on the descending signal. So I blew this graphic up so that my measurements are taken in millimeters in metric. And note that both ratio and frequency don't care about whether you use inches or millimeters or fractions of an inch, or or you use some alien form of measurement. Your ratio will always be the same, and so will your frequency, as long as your units of measure are ultra small, ultra fine units. And that's the beauty of the basically in mathematics, the universal language would have to be ratio. It would have to be ratio and frequency, both. And if their time of a second, well, of course, would not be the same as ours, because our second is based on the number of orbits our planet makes around our sun, one per year, 360 degrees in a circle, 360 days in a year, plus 5-point-something days per year. So basically that's where our second comes from. It's all 60 based mathematics, ancient Babylonian math, all because of the rotation of Earth around our star. So if you were in a different relationship around your star, you would have a totally different second. But that doesn't change frequency. And what frequency converts to in a tone, whether that tone is audible or not, doesn't matter. And its ratio never changes. So this is universal. It doesn't matter how big or small I expand my graphic. My ratios are either harmonic proportions or disharmonic. So when we measure these ratios of these peaks, these 3 going up and 1, 2, 3, 4 going down, the ratios on the right side going down are really interesting because 680 to 6600 is a ratio of 1 to 1.1, and 520 to 600, 1 to 1.1, 230 to 520 is actually 1 to 2.2. And that's just amazing in itself. I mean, 1 to 1.1 and 1 to 2.2.2 is just outrageous. And it's so perfect. But what I've done to determine whether these are harmonic proportions or disharmonic, and even my voice as I'm talking now is mostly built out of disharmonic proportions. In fact, most sounds you hear in space are highly disharmonic or discordant. And so what we're going to do is we're going to convert these wavelengths into tones in a tone generator, and we're going to listen for distortion between the tone, or low or no distortion between the tone. And first we're going to go up. We're going to go into a tone generator software. I use Black Hat Systems Audio Toolbox, and I've already got all my numbers in here. And so I'm going to play for you 780 hertz, 530, and 390, and you're going to listen for distortion. And there actually isn't any. It's incredibly low distortion. So here it goes. So that is a tone down, and it's actually perfect. And now I'll tone up those numbers. In fact, that is so perfect that it's far more perfect than our music scale is. I have another video on my Spaceman 99 channel, the scale of life. You have to hear that because I test all these different music scales. The 444 scale, you hear all this wobbling between the tones, and that's the distortion between the tones. And even the 432 scale distorts badly. And our music scale distorts quite a bit. And then the solfeggio numbers distort very low, and the pyramid scale I discovered in the Great Pyramid Dimensions actually is the most perfect and the lowest distortion of any music scale. It's a very, very ancient music scale. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the right side of the wave going down. So this wave went up and went down in a couple of seconds. So we're going to look at 230, 520, 600, and 680. And generally, when numbers like 600 and 680 are that close to each other, you can see distortion. I mean, if I just threw a bunch of random numbers in there, you're going to hear distortion. But so let's listen to 230. So what we have here is ultra low distortion going up and going down. Between 600 and 680, there's a minor amount of distortion you can hear there. But actually, our music scale distorts even more than that. So whoever designed the proportions of this wave structure, I mean, this is incredibly intelligent. I mean, it's either perfect natural harmonics coming from the star, which I highly doubt, but it is possible. I'm not saying it's impossible in nature. I mean, in nature, you also have golden ratio numbers, and they don't distort, actually. But these are not golden ratio numbers. These are ratios of 1 to 1.1 and 1 to 2.2 on the right side going down, and the other side going up. All you got to do is do the math, just to do division, and you can see what ratios look like. So sound is either naturally harmonic or disharmonic. And like I said, most sounds in basically the human voice, man-made sounds, and the spaces between the sounds are of disharmonic proportions. So when we're looking at something this harmonic, really the chances of this being not designed intelligently and intentionally harmonically, and the chances of it being gunshotted all over the universe, and we just randomly picked this signal up for a brief moment in time, are quite low, because the amount of energy you would need to do that is, it basically puts you at the level of a demigod, goddess, you know, dimension to be able to do something like that. But at the human, even at our capacity today, if we were to focus coherently all the electricity on the planet all at once to do a short burst signal, we could do something very similar ourselves and send it to somebody. And the other thing I wonder is, you know, did this take 94 years at the speed of light to get from their star to ours, or do they have some form of wave compression? And they sent this with such an, because we don't actually have any experience of sending signals of this amplitude out. We don't know if it would break the speed of light or not. We only know what our amplitude in the tests we've done, you couldn't break the speed of light. And there may be some quantum functions of how they packaged and sent this information to us as well that we don't know about. All we know is it arrived on May 15th. And nobody has done this. I've actually sent this information to Seth Shostak at SETI and some of the other people over there, and most likely they will ignore me, because that's what scientists do. If they didn't figure it out themselves, they're just going to ignore me. But there's no doubt we're looking at the real wave structure and the real graphic taken from the Russian radio telescope, the Raton 600. And I can't pronounce these Russian words here in front of me. You might be able to look at them and see them. So to me, this proves that this is a harmonic signal. Now, if I play the up and the down together, you're going to hear a wobble, and we can do that right now. We can actually hear all these tones, the 780, and now going down. You hear that wobble? That's distortion. But see, when you consider that the wave went up, peaked, and there's a pause, you can see a little tiny pause at the peak, and then went down, you have two separate wave structures. They're both harmonic on their own, but, and remember, they didn't both exist in the same exact moment in time for a full 2.5 seconds. This is a wave structure over time between here and here. So let's say this was 2.5 seconds, which is what I read. Then the wave going up is 1 1/4, and the wave going down is 1 1/4, roughly, very roughly. But that would mean that they're both separate, and therefore the wave going up is harmonic and the wave going down is harmonic. But you could hear distortion in the combining the two, which wouldn't exist in real time, but therefore you understand what distortion sounds like. So these are very pure. And the next thing you can do, and what I did, is I believe consciousness, basically, when it receives these tones and these frequencies, it can remote view the source. And I actually did that last night. I transmitted these numbers magnetically into my nervous system, and I had an incredible remote viewing experience. And what I saw was, see, what you do in remote viewing is you don't project imagery. You sit in an open-minded state with your eyes closed in a meditation state, and you wait for imagery and information to show up. You don't start projecting what you think it's going to be. You just wait. And what I saw was astounding. I saw a massive spherical and super long antenna rod floating in space above their planet and near their star. And it was like this thing was thousands of feet long, huge spheroid, you know, and structure. I mean, I'd actually draw a picture of it. And I saw an operator go into a spherical glass chamber with a control panel, and he was controlling the sending of the signal. And I couldn't see the face of the ET. I could only see from the back that they were, you know, there's no way to know because of the cape and the clothing, you know, whether they even look like us in any way or not. But I saw this with such lucid clarity. It was amazingly clear. And so therefore it would be the second option, and that is a directed beam signal directly at us. And their sun, their star, is technically so close to the mass equivalent of our sun. I couldn't get the radius. Nobody seems to have the radius. If I had the radius, I could calculate the frequency of their sun, HT 164595. But the very fact that the mass is like 9 better than, I mean, it's so close to 100% the size or the mass of our sun and near the age of our sun, like 4.5 billion years, plus or minus. And therefore, it could be a twin. And if two suns are the same frequency, they are quantumly entangled at the same frequency, and therefore, according to Einstein's action at a distance, they are faster than light in communication with us. So there you go. That's for my report on HT 164.595. I hope you take this information in, and you can also work with these tones yourself. You can get your own Black Hat Systems Audio Toolbox tone generator, and you can listen to the tones and meditate to them. That's one way to work with it, because I've scaled them into the audible range. Now, if I scale these below or above audible range, which I've also done, you wouldn't hear them, but their ratios would remain the same. It doesn't matter how big or small I make my graphic, as long as my scaling is consistent on the whole unit, my ratio is not going to change. So there you go. There's something going on here. There's no way I can accept that these ratios don't exist in nature anywhere I know. They're not Fibonacci or golden ratio numbers that you see in plants and seashells and in galaxy swirls. So whatever ratios they're using, they're harmonic. They're not ratios we use in music, but they are ratios I'm familiar with from other research. So this looks to me like it was intelligently designed. And
that was truly amazing. So thank you, David. Hopefully you come back and you can say bye to everybody before you go for the day. But that was, to me, that was really took home the awareness when it came to the Egyptians and their knowledge of frequency, and how the pyramids and the Great Pyramid is connected with all the numbers, and how you can divide and create different harmonics. And I actually want to show just one video really quick. Just want to show you a video really quick that a friend of mine, Brien, who we actually have on this platform a few times. He was on the True World History Conference, the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Conference. He actually went to Egypt, to the Red Pyramid, and went into one of the pyramids, into the sound chamber, and doing a few different experiments and messing with harmonics. He actually came across the fact that one of these sound chambers was resonating a certain frequency. So I think there's a lot of information when it comes to ancient Egypt that we don't even know about in regards to how they use vibration and frequency to heal. So I'm going to show you this video. And David, when you come back on, please let us know in the chat box.
This is the entrance to the Red Pyramid. We're going down the shaft, and we're going to go into these incredible rooms, which are acoustic chambers. Forget about the idea of tunes, think sound, and vibrational technology. So this is actually inside, about 20 feet, more than 100 feet to go. Okay, now we're maybe a third of the way in. And Yusuf Awiyan, the dark figure, is about to come past me. Okay, maybe halfway down now, and the heat is already starting to pick up in here, as well as the heat generated by anticipation and awe. Okay, so we're at the bottom of the descending passageway. It's got to be 90 degrees Fahrenheit in here right now. And now we're going sideways. So we're inside the first of the main chambers of the Red Pyramid, and it is tuned to A. That seems to be the sound that it likes the best. So I've just walked through a short tunnel into the second of the chambers here.
We have Abby Aguilera as our next presenter. So let me go ahead and say her bio. So welcome, Abby.
Hi, thank you, Neil, so much for having me here. I am very excited about everything that I'm going to be sharing, and I hope that everybody is ready for this new step. I believe that everybody that encounters quantum healing is because they are ready to go to the next level of whatever they are at the moment. For myself, I mean, if I only speak for myself, when I had my first past life regression / quantum healing, it just propelled me. It's almost like I took a torpedo through my mission and it landed me there, you know. But as with everything, it requires your commitment, because one thing that I have seen is that with this technique and what you will access, it's so deep and transformational that it will require in many cases that we make significant changes to the way that we are currently living, whether that is in the way that we are eating, the way that we are treating others, and the environment. It will require sometimes that we make certain changes in our career. So it's almost like it gives you this these two plates. This is the one of the old, the one that you used to be or that you have been, and then the other one, which is the new you, the new potentially you, the new you that will be handling your mission, your true path. And then you're going to have to choose, because we teeter-totter a lot at some point, and you will notice that as you're going through this journey and as you continue to shift, that's why it's a shift, but it's not like you just jump from one to the other. It keeps to do this. It keeps doing this. It's teeter-totter until you finally do that full leap and you land in your mission. And it will require your commitment, you know, because in order to stay in this side, you will have to do what you have to do. And it will require your full focus into this new path that you are going to be able to see. And I have to mention this because it's one of the most important things. I've had clients, and I'm telling you, I have done hundreds and hundreds of sessions, and each and every time that I do a session and the client goes in, the client is handed over an assignment, and that assignment has the conditions to the assignment. It's almost like it says you are the one, and you are going to be hearing this, and many of you are already hearing you are the chosen one. You have been chosen for this. We have been waiting for you to awaken, but this is what you have to do. And many of you are going to require, I have seen a lot of this right now because all of my sensitive ones are taking a lot of drugs and synthetic chemicals, and they're putting them into their vessel. And if you really want to embody the full you, you will be required to take the steps to remove yourself for that which is blocking you from embodying the full you. So I do want to make an emphasis on this, and I know my mentor, Dolores Cannon, who taught me personally, she was really, really big on this, and she kept on talking about how we needed to remove animal products as much as possible. She was herself a vegetarian. I have become a vegetarian now. Am I telling you, you need to stop completely? No. This is your journey, but I am telling you that if you want to embody the full potential, the full higher self, the cleaner that you have your vessel, which is your body, the more you are going to be able to embody, the more that your energy is going to flow truly, fully, and completely through your body. So my name again is Abby Aguilera. I am a clinical hypnotherapist, and I am also a certified quantum healer. Quantum healing hypnotherapy is a technique that uses the deepest state of hypnosis. Now, what is really hypnosis? Because a lot of people has misconceptions, and especially when we're talking about this type of technique, it is not a technique that it's going to take you out from who you are and control you and make you be someone else. So the fabulous thing of this therapy is that it actually connects you to the truest you, the deepest part of you that has been speaking to you, but that you usually quiet down, because we're living in a very noisy world with tons of demands, living a life that we were told we were supposed to live, being who we were told we were supposed to be. And what quantum healing does actually is that it removes a lot of that debris to leave you with who you really are. And that is why you are able to hear that voice a lot louder. You know, it's almost like you put mute on everything else, and all of a sudden, you have you speaking to you. This is all about you. There are a few things that you're going to be needing. And the wonderful thing, and I really, really love this, Neil, that you did this, is that the people that got this ticket are going to be able to do this technique a few other times, because they're going to be getting unlimited replays. So I want to invite you to try this, not just right now, but another time where you can actually even perhaps lay down in a bed. I need you to get a very comfortable blanket, because I want you to feel as cozy and comfortable as you could possibly be. I have a blanket here just to showcase. It's like it has to be very soft and cozy. Why? Because your subconscious mind is going to be present. And our subconscious mind receives messages and inferences. So what happens when you go to bed? What do? Do you lay down? Yes. Do you cover yourself down? Do you cover yourself up? Yes. And what happens when you do that? You sleep and you dream. So your subconscious mind, when you lay yourself down, when you cover yourself up, you are giving inferences already to your mind, letting it know that it's about to go into a very comfortable place, that is possibly going to sleep, and that it is going to dream. And that is going to help us activate the part of your brain that handles and manages all of the images that we use when we sleep. And this is all part of the quantum healing therapy. Now, why is it healing? And why is it quantum? Quantum is jumping. It's a leap that you're going to be taking from this reality into another one, into another place. You're going to either be going to a parallel reality, or you're going to be going into a past life. Everybody's experience is unique. Do I know which one is going to be your experience? I absolutely don't. But I tell you one thing, what will come for you is what you are meant to experience right now. That is your next. That is your next moment, step, signal, message, whatever comes for you. Even if right now when you do it is resistance, that means that you have to sit down with yourself and say, what am I resisting and why? But most people, I will say anywhere from 75% to 85% will experience not just a past life regression, but potentially meeting with one of their guides and getting a very important message regarding their mission. And they can experience instantaneous healing from things that they have been experiencing and that they haven't been able to get cured. And this is one of the most wonderful gifts that this technique can give, besides the awakening, because I mean, that is just so powerful. But the healing is just a wonderful gift. It's like a bonus that you can get. Many times we get sick in the journey because we're not listening, but others because it is part of the journey. When I became awakened in my mission, I developed a hypersensitivity to food. Not all foods, just the foods that had gluten, wheat, chemicals, meat. And every time that I tried to heal it, I kept on hearing my guide saying, this is assistance for you. Because at the beginning, obviously, I wanted to go back. Remember when I talked about the titter-tatter? I thought maybe I can be spiritual and still eat what I like to eat because I love food. But my vessel needed to be so clean, and they knew that I liked food that much and that I wasn't ready and that I was going to evolve into the one that understood why, which is the one I'm embodying right now, that they had to sort of like tweak me a little bit and put me this very strong hypersensitivity to foods. So I have to put in my body very clean foods. I cook most of my meals. And why am I talking about that? Because I'm just sharing that even in my path, I have been asked to remove myself from that which no longer supports my higher vibration and my mission. And I have too experienced a spontaneous healing of other things. But the one thing that was not removed was that which was necessary for my mission. I do believe at some point it will be removed, but it will be removed only because I will only be attracted to those foods and I will no longer be interested in the rest anyways. So we're about to begin. I do want you to feel comfortable to ask questions. Please make it related to what I'm talking about so that we can stay on topic. And I will invite you to, or when you do your session, either later on, we're probably going to start in about 10 minutes, the first steps of the therapy. But I also want you, when you do it later on, to prepare yourself with headphones so that you can sort of be a little isolated from the other noises and that you can hear my voice a little more clearer as you're going in deeply. And I will also want you to have a recorder available. That could be even your cell phone. Most cell phones have a feature in which you can record yourself, because I will take you into the deepest state. This is the somnambulistic state. And in that state, you are going to be able to speak. And sometimes you may not be able to remember everything you say. It's almost like when you are dreaming. You go to sleep and you wake up and it's so vivid at that moment and you think, oh, this is so clear. There's no way I'm going to forget this message, or there's no way I can forget this dream. But as the day goes by, you're like, what was my dream about? So that's exactly the same thing that happens with this type of sessions. It may be very clear. Let's say 100% may be very clear. You will be questioning a little bit like, I felt like I was present. I felt like I was there. Some people may not remember anything at all. So everybody is different. But depending on your level of awareness and capacity to go in, some people will experience either way, and either way is right. That doesn't mean that because you don't remember it didn't work, or because you remember it didn't work. It is the same. It's just a different setting in the brain. So as I was saying, it's important to have the recorder, because since we don't know if you're going to be able to remember or not 100%, we want you to record yourself, because you will be getting important information that I want you to have, because there will be the time when this information, it's gonna become super important, especially because there are things that are gonna come true that you may listen to and feel like, I don't know how that applies to me right now. Now I'm not sure. And then a year from now, you realize that that was spot on because of where you are then and how your life has transformed. And then you realize that your higher self was speaking through you to give you important information that you were going to need in the future. And then you are able to go back to that recording and listen to the very specific instructions that come through you. So I hope that you're ready, because this is going to be absolutely fabulous. So I need you to get ready with your headphones, a recorder, a blanket, a pillow. If you can, lower the lighting so that if you, for example, sleep in complete darkness, and I'm talking about when you do this session the second time, if you have the chance to do it right now, that's wonderful, because we're still going to go in. We're still going to have an amazing experience no matter what. But for when you do the replay, I will want you to have even a different experience. It's almost like I'm experiencing this in a completely different level, right? And I want you to be able to do that. So allow yourself to relax. And for the second time that you do it, I don't know where your body is at right now, but if you do this before your next session, this I'm about to tell you, it's even going to offer you a different kind of experience. And again, these are all the recommendations that Dolores Cannon, my mentor, used to talk about. And at the beginning, I thought, well, you know, when clients will ask me, is it okay if I have coffee? And I will think, well, it's okay if you have some coffee, maybe just a little bit, maybe 1 cup, maybe half a cup. I can tell you one thing, if you don't have any coffee whatsoever for at least 24 hours before your session, it makes a huge difference. If you don't sleep well the night before your session, and let's say, just if you're sleep deprived a little bit, it will also allow you to go really, really deep, because your brain is already tired and ready to go into that mode of sleeping. So it takes you super deep. My deepest session, I didn't sleep, and it wasn't consciously either, but I believe I was being prepared. I didn't sleep for 2 nights before. I was so excited about my trip. I had it in New York that I couldn't sleep. I was packing, and then the night I got there, I landed and I drank coffee, and I couldn't sleep. But that was the night before. It was about 18 hours before my session, and I can tell you one thing. I was so ready to go in. When they started speaking, I was already nodding. And if you find yourself doing that right now, I want you to know that it's because your brain is already starting to go into that mode. So if you find yourself like nodding a little bit, nodding, it's because your brain is already saying, I want to go in, I want to go deep, and that is a very, very good thing. So let me see one thing that I want to show you. And I want you to start taking a few deep breaths. This is going to be our first exercise, just for tuning in, because we're going to be bringing your entire higher self all the way in through your body. And a lot of people ask, well, isn't my higher self present all the time? Well, your higher self is present all the time, but not all the time are we connected. You know, have you ever met people that you almost even feel like they're not there? Like, is that person present? It didn't feel like that person was all the way there, because that does happen. So I want to do this next exercise just to tune you in a little bit, to bring in that energy and that flow through, to help you and to assist you with the full and complete journey that we are about to take on. So I want you to prepare and just get really, really comfortable. If you're holding anything on your lap, just remove it and take a full and complete deep breath. Close your eyes and allow for any thoughts that are not related to what we're doing to simply go away. Just let them go. They're not important right now. And whatever needs to be taken care of will be there for you later. Now I want you to imagine or visualize that at the top of your head there is a beautiful lotus flower. It begins to open, and as it opens up, a beautiful ray of golden light, very powerful golden light, begins to go inside your body and penetrate, going in deeply and profoundly, filling you up with the most beautiful and powerful golden light, recharging, healing each and every single cell in your entire body, allowing this light to go all the way to your facial muscles and your neck, activating your third eye, your seventh chakra, your throat chakra, going all the way down to your shoulders, seeing your chakras grow and glow, growing the potential and the power, and glowing with the beautiful light. And as you inhale more of this beautiful, wonderful energy that continues to go all the way down to your arms and to your heart. Beautiful heart. And as it enters the heart opens up like a butterfly. And as it opens up, it releases all of the beautiful love that it has inside to go everywhere in your body, releasing that love, that healing, connecting even more with the beautiful golden light, allowing it to penetrate inside the heart, seeing your heart beat even strongly, more strong than before. And now that beautiful golden light continues to go all the way down to our belly button, our solar plexus. It's so powerful there that it looks like the most beautiful shiny sun that you have ever seen. It continues to go down all the way to your sacral chakra, all the way to around your hips. Beautiful energy, recharging everything, connecting you to the channels of creation, creativity, intimacy with yourself, with others. Bringing the energy all the way down to your legs, your knees. And all the way down to your ankles, your feet. And from your feet, all the way down, connecting you to the center of the earth, the nucleus of the earth. Just taking you there so deeply, connecting you from your father's sun to your mother earth. And from there, a beautiful ray of light comes back and comes into your body, allowing you to flow the energy of our Father and our Mother, the energy of the sun and of the earth, all flowing through your body at once, activating your DNA, activating your cells for healing. Taking a deep breath and giving permission to this energy to activate the mitochondria inside your body. And saying it, I give permission to the mitochondria inside my body to become activated, to regenerate, and to recharge with the sun each and every time. And each and every time I'm outside and it's sunny, my mitochondria and my cells will be healing and recharging. Now you take a deep, full breath. And many of you are already connecting with that energy. Many of you are able to see colors in your third eye. Mine is purple and orange. Now I'm going to count from 0 to 3. And at 3, you can open your eyes, but you're still gonna be very relaxed, more present, and more aware. Starting to count at 0, 1, 2, and 3. You may open your eyes or you may keep them closed. It is your choice. How are you feeling? Are you feeling great? I know I'm feeling great. So beautiful, powerful, and grounded. This is a very powerful exercise. Now, I will ask you that before we fully start, which is going to start in about 3 minutes, you do this exercise with me. And this is very, very important. I want you to understand that that is why they call it awakening and the rising of your consciousness, the rising of your energy, the rising of your vibration. That if there's anything that can hold us down, is anything that we haven't forgiven, any resentment, any upsets. So this is the perfect time to let those go, consciously and subconsciously, so that we can move to the next level and that your energy and your vibration can have the greatest chance of fully rising. So again, I will ask you to close your eyes one more time. And start connecting with your breath. And I want you to think and feel your body from head to toe. And that is why I had to connect you to your body and to your energy. And I already got the answer of my body. So you ask your body, where in my body am I holding the resentment? Where in my body have I not forgiven? Or am I carrying the unforgiveness? Where in my body have I stored anger? whatever that is, just become really aware of where that is. And one more time, I want you to focus your energy and your intention and your attention and that beautiful energy of light, that beautiful, colorful energy that you brought in. And just direct that energy consciously to that area of your body that requires healing, that healing that is necessary. Many times you can even, with your hands, just direct your hands to that area. Direct that light, that energy to that area. And love that area. Just love that area so much. Because your cells, the cells that are healing, they need two things to survive, to heal. One of them is sunlight, and the other one is love. So you just really feed that energy into the area of your body that needs it the most. And you just give that love. Very good. And now, with your eyes still closed, I want you to visualize the last person that ever hurt your feelings or that you had an upset with. Whatever that was, just visualize that person. There could be more than one, 10, 20. I hope not, but if they are, it's okay. I want you to visualize them. And you're looking at them in their eyes and you're just saying, thank you for the lesson that you taught me. And even though I still may not fully understand why the situation happened, I right now let go of my need to know why. For I know that that why may come years later. And I don't need to know that right now. But I forgive you. I forgive you for me. Because this grudge I've been carrying is not good for my body. And it may weigh me down and not let me rise my vibration as I want for my mission. So I am gonna let it go. For it is good for me. For it is positive. For it is healing. For it is necessary. I am letting it go. I love you so much. I loved you so much. Which is why what happened hurt my feelings. And even if I wasn't aware of how my energy loved you, I know I loved you because otherwise it wouldn't have mattered. And that is why I forgive you. I take the power away from that upset. And I simply forgive you. I will not let yourself. I will not let you come back and hurt me again. I will have the necessary boundaries that I need to have. But not with resentment, for I am letting go of that too. I will just be assertive and the powerful self that I can be. I don't need resentment. That is a lower vibration. But being assertive and powerful, it's necessary for my journey. And I understand that maybe that is why I had to meet you. So that I could develop the boundaries that I needed. So that I could be strong and assertive because I need that. So thank you. Thank you for what you taught me, even if that was how not to be, how not to treat others, how not to take advantage of others. I let all of that go so that I can move forward in my journey and be the one that I need to be. Sometimes visualizing these people will also come with a visualization of a cord coming from your belly button to theirs. That is the attachment, the soul connection that you have, the cord from which they are pulling some of your energy. And right now you say, I remove any permission that I may have given you subconsciously or consciously to take from my energy. And I take away the power that I gave you. And I want you to visualize that you have these beautiful golden shears in your hand, these golden scissors, and you cut and you cut and you cut the cords that are coming from your energy to their energy so that you can rise your vibration higher and higher and higher. Let them go. Let them go fully and completely. You won't be needing them in your energetic field. You never did, and you never will. So you let that all go, fully and completely forgiven, gone, done, and so be it. And you take a deep, full breath. Now knowing that you are no longer going to give power to those people, that you're no longer going to give energy to those people, that you're no longer going to give permission to anyone to come and take from your energy, because you will need that energy for your mission. Now you are ready to go into this quantum healing fully and completely. So we're going to prepare you in your mind to go in to suit you. Continue to have your eyes closed if you can. You can change positions if you need to, so that you become more comfortable. I will be closing my eyes too, as I have been, for I am doing the work as well. And because I need to be connecting to your energy to be guided, so that I can guide your journey. Okay? So feel ready. Tap into the energy of feeling grateful for this moment, for everything that is happening, for Neil, for having created this space, for you, for having bought that ticket because you responded to that call of your soul, that call of your mission, the call of your heart. So you just say thank you. Thank you, universe. Thank you, God. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, guides. Thank you, me. Just thank yourself and be in the energy and the vibration of gratitude. And as you do that, I want you to focus on the energy right in between your eyebrows. Just stay there for a minute. And as you take a full deep breath, I will ask you to bring the memory, the image, visualize or see in your eyes of the mind a red bird Just visualize it. And as you do that, as you bring that memory of what a bird looks like, as you see it or visualize it, pay attention to what's significant on that bird. Some people may see a red bird, and some may experience it in a completely different color, and that is okay. But become really present to what is significant about that bird. Is it moving, or is it still? Is it flying, or is it not? What color is the beak? Can you see the color of the eyes? The color of the paws, the little feet? Just become really aware of what's coming, what you are seeing and experiencing. Now, keep your eyes closed, and I want you to again bring the memory or the image into your mind of a blue couch, just a blue couch. And you're looking at it. It's just a blue couch. Maybe all of the pillows are blue also. What kind of blue is it? Is that an electric blue? Maybe a deep blue? What kind of blue is it? Next, putting that image aside, I want you to visualize the entrance of your house or apartment, wherever you live at. Just visualize the entrance. And you visualize yourself opening the door of your house. You can bring the memory of the last time you went in. You see the door, the details, the keys in your hand. And you enter. As you open inside your house. Very good. That was easy, wasn't it? Very good. Now, one last image. I want you to visualize or remember. Just bring to your mind's eye the image of the most beautiful sequoia tree. Just a big, big tree. Grand and green. Full of many branches and many, many leaves. Standing powerful. Beautiful, solid, and you see the wind going around the tree. And even though some of the leaves may tremble and shake, the tree remains undaunted. strong. Very good. Very good. Now, this is the part of the mind that we're going to be working with today. This is what we needed to do in order to activate all of the images in that part of your mind. All of those images that we use when we sleep. And you take a full deep breath. And let go even more. You give permission to yourself to relax even more. Allowing yourself to let go fully and completely. Knowing that anything can be done later. But for now, you need to be here. Present for you. Present for your healing. Present for your mission. Present for your awakening. Present for what's next in your life. Present for the world and those who need you embodying your mission. And as you let go of everything else, I want you to visualize as good and as powerful and clear as you can a big, beautiful pyramid of white light hovering right over your body. It's a portal, and it's also protection. That beautiful, powerful white light. It's the most powerful energy, the most powerful light, and it will remain there during the session. It is so powerful that it's even protecting and covering the underneath parts of your body. Just simply covering everything. Very good. Now, I want you to imagine or visualize, bring to your mind the most beautiful place that you have ever seen or been to. And you're looking at this place from above. There is a staircase that leads to that place. And you put your hands on the handrail of that staircase, where you are to go down into that beautiful place. And that staircase has 10 steps going down. And as you go down on that staircase, you will see yourself getting younger and younger and younger. And flashes of what you look like and what was happening around in your life at that age will just pop into your mind as you continue to go down. And by the time we reach step number 1, you will remember and experience going back into your mother's womb. And when we count to 0, you will be out just in beautiful, powerful energy. As beautiful, powerful energy, your soul on that beautiful, powerful place that you just thought of. So let's begin to go down on that staircase, starting at 10, 9, 8, 7, looking younger and younger. And each step takes you a few years younger and younger. A few years into your past, into your recent past. Going down at 6 and 5, even younger than 4, 3, 2, 1, and you go inside your mother's womb, remembering, visualizing what it'd be like to go back to your mother's womb, just feeling cozy and loved, comfortable, warm, safe. And when I count to 0, you will be at your favorite place, the beautiful place that you chose, as energy, only as energy, this beautiful being of light. And 0, stepping into that beautiful place that you just thought of as light, looking around at that beautiful place, smelling the air, feeling it in your face, playing with your hair, and your senses fully activated, looking at the sky and everything around you. All of the colors are so vibrant and real. Everything looks so beautiful. And you feel safe and you feel really, really good. And as you're there, you begin to walk around, observing what's around you. And you see a beautiful fluffy cloud in the sky. There are many traveling fast. There's one that's big and fluffy. That comes all the way down to where you are. All the way down to the surface. And as it does, as it touches the surface of where you are at, you lay down on that cloud, feeling comfortable, safe, cozy. And you cover yourself down with the same cloud. You and the cloud becoming one. almost as if you didn't even have a body, just you and the cloud, feeling safe, feeling comfortable, protected. And this cloud will begin to lift and rise, going all the way to the top, carrying you safely through this journey, all the way up, rising above every single thing. And that cloud begins to drift and to float back and back into time and space. Drifting and floating, floating and drifting back and back into time and space. Floating above the oceans and the valleys. Floating above the cities. Floating above everything. You can see the Himalayas from where you are. You pass right by London and see the beautiful buildings. Everything going back into time and space. Drifting and floating, floating and drifting back and back into time and space, taking you to a time or place that has information for you that you need. Drifting and floating, floating and drifting back and back into time and space. And in a moment or two, you see this beautiful pyramid of white light, another portal. And through this one, the cloud is gonna go right through, taking you even further back to a time and a place that holds information for you. And as you go through that portal with your cloud being carried safely and protected, you know that you are safe, that you are protected. Yes, you are. You are safe and you are protected. And everything that you will experience, you have control over. So you go through that portal with your cloud. Drifting and floating, floating and drifting back and back into time and space. Traveling through all of the clouds until there's an opening in the clouds. And as you see the opening, you begin to bring your cloud all the way down, gently and slowly, like a leaf falling from a tree. All the way down, gently and slowly. And when you finally reach the surface, you get out of the cloud. And I want you to become aware of the first thing you see. I want you to say what's the first thing you see in a quiet voice if you are recording so that you can hear it. What is the first thing you see in your mind's eye? And with your eyes closed, seeing what you're seeing, trust what you're seeing. Many times the images come clearly, and many times you're experiencing feelings and feeling with colors. And acknowledge the first thing you experience. And look around and see what you see, the place that you're looking at. And depending on where you see yourself at, if there is a pathway in front of you, walk that pathway and see where it's leading you to. If it is an open field, try to see if you find a way to get somewhere. Some of you are inside the house. Explore what's inside that house and the feelings that you experience inside that house. And whatever you are experiencing, you are safely watching everything. So it's okay. What is happening? Just become really, really aware. And as you do that, you continue to look around and observe if you see somebody else. Look at your feet and look at your hands. Acknowledge what you're wearing. Are you a boy or a girl? Are you young or are you elder? And as you're looking around, you ask yourself, what is significant about this moment? What stands out? You continue to walk around and observe what's happening. If there are other people there with you, try to see if you find a connection between you and them. Are they significant to you? Are they just there? Could they be related to you? And if there's somebody that you feel is connected to you, you may look into that person's eyes and see if you recognize their soul. Perhaps you're on a lake fishing, looking at the water on a boat. And just looking at the beautiful, beautiful scenery and nature. Or whatever you are, make sure that you observe. For everything is a message. Very good. And any messages, any flashes, any images that you are seeing, don't analyze them, just receive them. The feelings that you get when you look at them. Acknowledge those feelings. And when I count from 3 to 0, I'll take you a little bit further into that same life. We'll fast forward a little bit ahead into that life that you are experiencing. Starting at 3, 2, 1, and 0. Moving to the next significant event in that same lifetime that you are experiencing. What's the first thing you see? If you are recording, feel free to say it while keeping your eyes closed and focus on what you're looking at. What is the first thing you see? And when you look down at your feet and your hands, what do they look like? Become really, really present to everything that you are experiencing. What it stands out? What are your feelings at that moment? Are you happy? How do you feel with what you're seeing? If there is another house, or if you're looking at another type of building or barn, Whatever that is, you may go in and observe what's inside. Or you may simply look out. Follow your heart and your instinct. Perhaps there are horses playing, running wild, or inside a barn feeding. Whatever it is that you're looking at or feeling, become really, really present. Look at all the images, whether they come in flashes or they're solid. Now, I'm going to count again from 3 to 0. At 0, taking you to the end of that life. How does that life end? Acknowledging that you're only observing, and any feelings, any emotion will just be experienced as the spectator, starting to go at 3, 2, and 1. Taking you to the end of that lifetime. Experiencing this as an spectator, perhaps watching from above. And see what's happening. Become really present to what's happening. Observe who's there. Observe what you're feeling, what you're sensing. And allow for that to happen. Just let it be what it is. And as that life ends, as you see it go, as you see yourself go, you see yourself again in that beautiful body of light. And that body of light begins to go back into that cloud. It's almost like the cloud comes to you automatically. And it's going to take you to a different place. It's a beautiful place. Maybe the same place that you were at the beginning, or another beautiful place. And as it takes you to that beautiful place, you ask, what was the purpose of that life that you experienced? Whatever it is that you saw, what was the purpose for seeing that? And if you are recording, just say whatever comes to you first. Don't question it. Just say it. Acknowledge that. Thank that. And we're going to close the doors to that experience that you've had, bringing only the knowledge and what was pleasant about it with you, leaving everything else behind. Perhaps what you just saw and what you just remembered was exactly what you needed to heal things in this lifetime that you are experiencing as you. And you continue to travel in that beautiful, beautiful cloud. And you're going to see another pyramid of white light right in front of you. And it's going to take you right back to your beautiful place or to another beautiful place. Wherever it takes you, it's a beautiful, wonderful place that you need to witness, that you need to see, that you need to experience. Some of you will experience a place where there is nothing, where there is only light and color recharging the soul one more time. Some of you will experience hearing the voices of your guides, giving you a specific message that you need to hear. Become really present to what you get. And whatever you get, if you are recording, you may repeat the message word by word. And this will keep you still in the same state, the deep trance that you are in. And those who are back into the beautiful place, simply look around once you are there. Allow for the cloud to go all the way down to the surface of that place. And you get out of that cloud and you look around and see what's important, what's significant, what it stands out of that moment. Look around. And some of you may see one of your guides come to you. Could be a soul that you have known that's no longer in physical form. Or it could be a beautiful being that you've never seen before. Or you may simply get this message in a form of thought, but it's still the same message. If you see the guide or the soul that you already know, ask, what am I supposed to do next? Keep your breathing deeply. Trust the first answer that comes. Ask, what is my mission? A lot of this is going to come in colors, it's going to come in thoughts, and many of you are getting downloads at this moment. So just allow the information or the energy or the download to come in, whether it is in the form of an answer or in energy. You will get what you need. Not what you want, but what you need. And one last time. Ask this beautiful being, this beautiful energy to heal your body, whatever is needed. Very good. We're now going to give thanks to your soul, to your higher self, for being present, for giving you an insight into your mission, into what's next. And each and every time that you do this session, you will get what you need, what your next step is. And each and every time you do so, you will experience wonderful feelings afterwards. You will feel recharged, rejuvenated, energized, positive, and you will experience a sensation of awareness in ways that you haven't before. We are now going to start to count from 0 to 10, at 10 being completely aware, fully awake, feeling wonderful all over, and ready to start a wonderful, powerful, positive day. We're going to start at 0, confirming and reaffirming that you will remember the messages that were conveyed to you, that you will remember what was important about the experience that you've had, what was significant, or the message, the meaning of the life that you experienced, leaving behind all other unnecessary emotions or feelings in the past that belong in the past. We begin to become more and more aware, starting to go up at 1 and 2, wiggling your fingers and toes. 3 and 4, stretching arms and hands like when you're waking up. 5 and 6, stretching your legs. Feeling all the wonderful sensation everywhere in your body, so relaxed, so good, so yummy. 7 and 8, moving your head a little bit, just getting a little more comfortable. And 9 and 10, eyes open, wide awake, fully aware, fully alert. Eyes open, wide awake, fully alert. That is basically an introduction, a long introduction to what a quantum healing session is and what you will experience or people experience when they have a session. Many of my clients, obviously, if I'm there and when I'm there, the deepest sessions are done in person. I guide them from life to life because they're speaking to me directly. and I'm guiding them through what they're experiencing to the next level. We go deeper into each life and into full detail, and everything is recorded, but you will still get a lot from this one. And that is why next time you do this, I would like you to have a recorder so that you feel free to say a few words. Get a good one. Mine is, I'll show you mine. It's an MP3 recorder. And this one, I mean, even if you speak really, really low, because when you are in this type of session, you're not speaking the way I am. It's more like when you're half asleep, like a whisper. So this will pick it up really well, and it is amazing what you get. I am very happy to be able to share this with you, because I know that each and every time you do it, the experience will be deeper, and you will experience this sensation of well-being and the awareness. So I am excited. Neil, if there's something that you would like me to go through, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. This is the perfect time. For some of you that want to find me or that want to know how to find me, I'm sure that my website will be there, but if it's not there, it's AbigailAguilera.com. That is ABIGAIL, Aguilera, AGUILERA.com. You can also find me on Facebook. You just put Abigail Aguilera Hypnotherapy and my page comes right up. And feel free to connect. I am on Twitter as Abby Aguilera, on Instagram at Abby Aguilera, the real Abby Aguilera. And I am here. If you guys have any questions, do let me know. Thank you so much, Neil.
Thank you, Abby. That was beautiful. I laid down in my bed and I knocked out for the whole entire time, and I was really, really deep. So as soon as you woke me up, I'm ready to go.
That's great. So that's when you know that you went. So you probably have the ability to go deeper.
Yeah.
You will benefit from having somebody there asking you, because
that
you wake up when I said to wake up. That means that your mind was present.
Was in sync, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So we don't have any questions yet from anyone. So if anybody has any questions, please ask them. But my question is this the same? Is this different from, or is this the same technique that Doris Cannon was using to go to the life between lives? And for, I guess you can explain a little more of what she did, the voice that came that kind of transcended the subconscious?
Right. Well, we don't do, and I'm not doing the subconscious part, because if I do that, I will have to be there in order to listen to your subconscious and to ask the subconscious. Because if we ask the subconscious to be fully present, then somebody needs to ask questions to the subconscious. And in order for the subconscious to be present, the full entire personality has to sort of like abide, has to go to the side. And you asking questions to yourself will bring you back in. You know, it will like wake you up in a way, bring you to consciousness. So it's very important that in order to do the full, and this is something that Dolores Cannon herself was really, really big, is that in order to do the bringing the subconscious mind, that has to be in person. She didn't want that because you won't have the experience. She called the conscious mind, well, she didn't have a pretty name for that one, but let's just call it the ego mind. If you Google her videos, you will hear the name. It's really funny. But she didn't call it the smart one, let's say that. Our conscious mind is not the smart one, because it's the ego mind. It's the one that questions everything. Even if you have a full deep experience, your conscious mind is going to say, well, maybe I imagined everything. Well, maybe it was a movie I watched. You know, your conscious mind will try to sort of say, well, maybe it wasn't real, because it's driven by ego. You know that, right? The conscious mind. But the subconscious mind is where all the knowledge is present. So when you are having this type of session in person, and you know somebody's going to be asking the questions, your conscious mind sort of says, okay, this is being taken care of. I'm going to go and take a hike. And then your subconscious mind speaks fully and directly. But for that, I will need to be present, and I need somebody to be at the deepest. I will even be willing to do this with you in person, and we can.
That'd be awesome.
But it's the interaction. I need to be there in order for you to let go.
Yeah, it'd probably take a little while longer too to kind of break through those barriers in order to get there, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just think about this. When I do a quantum healing session, it takes anywhere from 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
All together, because half of it is cognitive, just like when I was talking,
Mm-hmm.
and the part where the person is in is about an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how many lives. I mean, I have people that goes through one life ends, and then it's like, oh, I'm being born in another place, and I'm being born in another place. This is like one back to back. And some people, it's one life, but it's very detailed and very long. So this one, it's sort of like you're gonna experience a lot through it. Even if it is you think you just went to sleep, but you're getting downloads of information. Even me doing it as I was guiding it, getting a lot of energy just coming through. So everybody's gonna get something super, super powerful, no matter what.
So is the healing component of it that you go back to your past lives and you deal with past trauma and you come to terms with that? Or how does the healing approach connect?
Yes, and I will actually talk about one of my clients, and she shared this experience with a lot of people, and through her, this was the testimonial that she gave, is that this person in a past life, she died being choked. And in this lifetime, when she came to me, she was telling me that she kept on having that feeling of tightness of the throat. But when she was even reading to her children, it will get so bad that she could no longer read or speak. Like it will literally stop her from doing that. And she was getting really frustrated because she wanted to talk in public. She wanted to talk to her children. And every time she will have the sensation of her throat closing, and she couldn't control it. So she comes to me, and then we go through her past life, and she remembers this life where she was being choked. And the memory, the realizing of where it was coming from, which had nothing to do with the present life that she was living, took that feeling away. We went into that lifetime, and as she's having the experience, we sent energy and healing to that. I mean, I tweak it a little bit depending on what I feel, because this is the good thing, is that I am an intuitive. So if I feel like there's something extra I have to do, I do it. When she came out of the session, because even during the session or before, she said she had that feeling in the throat, it went away completely. And it never came back. She wrote her testimonial, and this is an important one because she actually became a quantum healing therapist herself after that. She is now a quantum healer because of her experience. Me too. I mean, I had an experience as well, and people that do it, they experience healing in different ways. Sometimes it's going to be, I've had clients that had back pain for years that they couldn't understand, and then they had a memory that they were being shot on the back. And when they come out of the session, the pain is gone and it doesn't come back. It doesn't. Whether it was a fear or a phobia or it was physical pain, it goes away. And what is so powerful and amazing that you're recording this, because people can get the replay, is that they can go and consciously think, okay, I want to go back to whatever this feeling was originated. You know, if you're experiencing something that you cannot explain, then you can say, okay, my intention for my session, without putting the focus like I have to do it, because then you don't go in, but just setting the intention that you want to know more about where this feeling comes from and why do you feel the way you feel, or if you want to set the intention to activate your powers for this lifetime. I mean, whatever it is, you can set a different intention each time that you do this.
Right, beautiful. Please let us know any additional information. Do you have any events coming up? Do you present, or do you have a place where people can go to and book sessions? Do you do Skype sessions or just in person?
I do Skype sessions, not for quantum healing. For quantum healing, they will be getting something like this. Really, truly, the deepest sessions anybody can do is the sessions that I do in person. Right now, I'm writing 2 books. that are super, super important. One of them is Guided, and it's the book for all the ones that have been and that are being awakened at the moment.
Nice.
And this is a book about your spiritual mission and the connection that we have to all these numbers, these numerological sequences that we continue to see, and why are we seeing them, and how are they connected to our mission, and why is some people being more aligned, and why are we experiencing all these physical changes, and even why some of them are experiencing more anxiety. Like it's a book that is not just going to provide answers, but it's also going to provide the tools on how to sort of like navigate through your gifts. And I do sessions through Skype. I have clients that fly all over the world to meet me, or sometimes they fly me to places. Like they have a big group and they say, Abby, we have a group of 10 people. Will you come? And I do sessions back to back, or I got sessions in group. I call it awakening sessions. I'm located in Tarzana, California. I work at the Hypnosis Motivational Institute in Tarzana. And I also go and guide sessions in person. So I'm really flexible. Once again, my website is abigail.aguilera.com, and obviously too, I'm open to do any events. I think I'm definitely transitioning to through my next level.
Beautiful. We actually have a comment from someone. It's a bit of a long comment, so I want you to read it to yourself. If you can look down right where it says Q&A. You see that?
Hold on.
At the bottom of the webinar room, we're right next to polls, Q&A.
Okay.
Click that, and somebody left a comment right there you can read out loud.
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It says, hi, Abby. I didn't get any specific impressions of people or places, but feelings of fire, heat, conflagration. What came to mind was the a hell being. Toward the end, the colors changed to blue and green, which made me think of the opposition of fire and water. When I got up a few minutes ago, my skin was wet. There were sensations, not thoughts. Any thoughts on what this might mean? No, actually, it's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. One of the things, and I'm speaking through Dolores Cannon, what we were taught and what I have experienced through my own personal sessions, and even Brien Wise, because he's done past life regression for so many years. We are all in agreement that there is no such thing as hell. Everybody say, everybody gets shocked. No, we experience hell more here and with things that we have done than what's up there. It's actually a manipulation that we have been made believed. I want to respect everybody's belief system, but I can tell you that it doesn't exist. What I have experienced, however, with clients that experience that burning sensation, and is that in a past life, they could have potentially died in a fire. And then the colors that you were experiencing, interestingly enough, which is the green and the blue, they are both colors of healing. They're healing colors. Actually, blue is very healing. It's very powerful. It's also significant in people that are healers and they speak, because green is the color of the heart and the color of healers, and blue is the color of those who speak, because it's the 5th chakra. Now, how the colors are related is that you could have gotten healing from that past life. And I don't think it was, like I said, I repeat, I don't feel like it was an experience of hell, because we really have had no clients ever going there, even clients that thought that. And even Brien Wise, on his book, Only Love is Real, he speaks about a client that thinks is having an experience of hell and then realizes that it wasn't, that it was all an illusion, that it wasn't real. And to that particular client, he has this big, beautiful spiritual mentor that comes to him, and his experience just goes into having more of a heaven experience, which I have had many, by the way. I have clients that have experienced dying, and then they go into the light. I've had clients even, I had one that he was a person that wasn't part of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in that past life, and he dies with a lot of guilt. And for a long time, he's sort of like in this dark space, and there's a lot of fear and guilt and all kinds of things. And this client comes to me in this lifetime because she was experiencing a lot of shame and guilt and anxiety and depression, and she didn't know why, because she was having a sort of like a good life in this lifetime, but she just didn't know why she felt the way she felt. So we go back to that past life, and she experiences, like I said, being in nothing for a while. And I think it's like all the negative feelings, all of that is mostly shedding away. And then the light comes. The light comes and takes her into this other beautiful place where there is no hate, no negative feelings. Nobody is making you feel bad for what happened. It's sort of like this is the experience that you weren't supposed to have. This is the life she had to see what it was like to live this life full of, lower vibrations. And in this lifetime, she's a beautiful person. She helps a lot of people, but yet she was living with this feeling of guilt. And interestingly enough, she in her mission in this lifetime, she's an active helper. So I wouldn't doubt that that's the case for you. And it's interesting, obviously you woke up feeling wet because you were sweating due to that heat. Now, what came to you, and I'm just gonna go back to the screen. I think let's see, spring ring, here. You said at some point you thought about the opposition of fire and water. I don't know, I will definitely think about what that means to you, but I feel really, really strongly about the colors meaning more the healing and your abilities that are probably going to get activated now that you sort of like release that. And I will do it again one more time, laid it on, not today, because you need to sort of process this, drink a lot of water. I recommend that to everybody that did this session, to drink a lot of water. And see what comes another time. But it will be different because you sort of already released that. I assure you, you will feel lighter and way better just because of this. Every experience is different. Some people will experience, like I said, seeing full visuals. And even if it's the same person, each experience will be different. My first session was like I was watching a movie. Then after that, I had sessions where I was just feeling things or seeing colors. Then I had sessions where I was sort of seeing flashes. So every session is different because every session will give you exactly what you need. Thank you so much one more time. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you so much, Abby. And I know you present on other topics too, so we'll connect sometime in the future and weave you into other events and see what else we can explore together.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure, and you guys have a blessed day.
You as well. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So the intention for the quantum healing modality in the Sound Frequency Quantum Healing Conference truly is to show that what Abby did was she took us to a different level of consciousness, tapping into the quantum realm. The universe is all made out of frequency. Everything is frequency. All that we perceive in this physical universe, as Albert Einstein said, all matter is vibration that is simply slowed down to be perceptible to the senses. So nothing is physical. You and I are not physical. On the subatomic level, we're constantly vibrating. So then why is it that I see you as physical? Therein lies the illusion. But the ancients knew about this. Quantum physics, quantum healing is an ancient old modality that has been used since we were ever on this earth in order to give energy back and forth to heal us from all types of illnesses. The sound tools that we created were also like that. And now with quantum healing and what Abby is showing and what Dolores founded is a whole entire different approach that allows us to tap into these different realms and heal ourselves and be in complete alignment with the now. So there's a lot of different quantum healing modalities out there. This is just one of them. And there's even quantum healing technology where you can step into sound chambers and they're literally toned to different frequencies that are known to heal certain ailments, whether it's even like past life traumas, heart disease, different types of cancers, and you can zap it with this technology and it has an effect on reversing the process. And even Greg Braden, who a lot of you probably know, he actually did a presentation on this where he showed using frequency technology, quantum healing technology, that cancer cells were becoming alkaline and that they were being transmuted into healthy cells. So this information, what we're discussing now, is really the ground level of what's to come, because once this information is disclosed to the masses and we finally realize, oh, wait a second, the universe is full of harmonics, we can calculate them, each of those frequencies can affect us on this level, we will move back to how it used to be. How it used to be was that we knew that we were sound, everything was frequency, and we knew that all the frequencies that we were creating were always affecting our consciousness. But over thousands of years of devolution into the patriarchal worldview that we currently have, we moved into a paradigm where we forgot that the frequency was healing us, and it became solely entertainment. Now, there's musicians out there that know about the truth, and there's even people that aren't really promoting a positive timeline that also know that frequencies affect individuals. And they're catering the songs and the music in order to inspire different aspects. One example, for example, drop D. In guitar tuning, you can tune your guitar to drop D. What that means is that the sixth string, the biggest string on the guitar, is now at D, and that's the main string that is plucked. We know that the chakra system goes from C, as in the root chakra, and then D, the sacral, all the way up to A, the third eye, B, the crown chakra. D is a representation of the sacral chakra, which is for your sexual organs. Now, in heavy metal music, when you play it, and you're playing it in drop D, you're overstimulating the note D, which is the sacral chakra. Therefore, you get sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So you're literally overplaying your chakras depending on the music that you're playing. And furthermore, it goes even further back. Before these instruments were created, our voice, the way we would tone, the way we would communicate, the codes to healing ourselves were in our voice. Sanskrit, such a beautiful harmonic language. Sanskrit was actually a language only designed to communicate about spiritual practices. There was another language that was the common language, and the Sanskrit was like the hidden language just for that. And basically, when you would speak Sanskrit, you were aligning all of your energy centers in your body. So the voice was very, very important in creating harmonics. And now, in this modern day world, our own internal voice, what we say to ourselves, the sound that we give ourselves, how we resonate with people around us, our words create our own reality. What we communicate is very, very important. So we're going to shift now into our next presentation that's going to be speaking about that, about how your words create your own reality. And the title of her presentation is Word Up to the Word. And the presenter is Chiraya Fox, who's an extremely good friend of mine. And we've done a few things together ever since 2012. She was actually the MC of our first live in-person conference back in 2012 called the Cosmic Reunion 2012. And she's been on a few of our other webinars. So her talk today is Word Up to the Word, the vibrational power of speech for creating reality. And a little bit on her. Chiraya is an author, coach, speaker, clairvoyant, and spiritual healer who teaches the living codes of Source, reminding us of the divinity within us. The original divine source spark within each of us is at one with the effulgent, effervescent, all-knowing, all-powerful self behind all beings and things, called by many names. Chiraya is in service to the rekindling this divine spark as part of our journey to divine creator as one, thereby fulfilling the full cycle and circle of learning in these physical planes. Having experienced profound awakening at an early age, her call is to help people everywhere awaken to the truth of ourselves as one with love, in love with the law and divine principle. Chiraya brings profound clarity to our comprehension of the creative process and a perspective that takes us all the way back before the beginning of time, helping us resolve our greatest esoteric perplexities as we usher in a new era of co-creative potential on Earth. The author of Love's Whispering, Authentic Spiritual Development with the Star Elders, and Unlocked and Unleashed, The God Within You, her 3-book series, Codes of Union. She's launching that on February 2017. And she's also the founder of Pure Living Expo, New Earth Vision Portal, and Anchor the Dream. She leads workshops and gives talks around the world and online and in person. You may discover more and book private sessions with her at Chiraya.com. And I'm sure she's going to tell you more about what she's working on now. And I know she's got a couple of really cool events coming up, so she'll share that with us too. Chiraya, are you with us? Hi.
Hey there.
Welcome.
What a fantastic show. Thank you once again.
Thank you. The
I've
floor is
really
yours.
Yeah, David, Sereda, and Abby were just fantastic. What a great selection for we're talking about this vibrational reality that we have going on here. I've been experimenting with making little pyramids. So this one is actually pretty close to the ratio of a Nubian pyramid, but it's my first tiny model. Because these things do have vibrational resonance. And I've also been studying a lot of what David was saying. He's, of course, a much more advanced mathematician than I am, but I'm really eager to dig more into what he's got there, because it's all resonating with what the intuitions and the information and the energy that have been coming through about the Babylonian math system and how that relates to the circle and consciousness and putting ourselves back together, so to speak. And so thank you very much, Neil, for the introduction. Yes, we're going to be doing One Love Experience. I'll show you a little flyer of that a little later. It's coming up October 7th to 9th. If you're listening live, or in October, September 2016. And if you're listening after, you can look for that for next year. We're not sure when the dates are yet, but very grateful for the opportunity. And as Neil said, we're going to speak about the power of the word. And so, of course, the word in the beginning was the word. The word was with God, and the word was God. Now, as people like David were saying, that original word was a vibration, perhaps a sound frequency and a vibration. And so we're going to get a little bit more into how and why these words are so important. And we're also, after the slideshow, we'll do some techniques actually for how you can practice mastering the power of your word, because that is obviously very important when you are attempting to course correct creations that you wouldn't have chosen if you didn't know you were creating them. And because we're always creating with our word. So I am going to start the slideshow. So that means I'm going to share my screen here. And now I am going to click on the slideshow. Let's see, play from start. Okay.
We don't see the slideshow. You have to click share screen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I had done that. Apologies. Let me go back and do that again here. Share screen. Oh, I see. That's okay. I missed that step. So yes, hopefully this will work. I'm sharing the PowerPoint. Just tell me if this works. Can you see that now?
Yeah, we see it.
And you can still see it now?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Word up to the word of God. Woohoo, right? Word up to the word of the divine, that's us. That's our true nature, right? So we're giving kudos to the word and the power of the word. This is the book that Neil was telling about. It's now on Amazon, Unlocked and Unleash the God Within You. It's part of the 3-part series. Oh goodness, I think I have this on, I apologize. I think I have this on autoplay. Play from current slide. I think there's a way to do manual. Do you know where that is, hun?
I think if you just click play from current slide, you should have control of it.
Okay. All right, let's try it one more time. There we go. All right. And now, do words shape our lives? Yes, absolutely. The media, as Neil was sort of surmising, knows this and puts certain words and certain colors and certain patterns together because they cause a vibration in our mind and our perception, cause certain emotions and vibrations to emit from us, which make us more attractive to like vibrations coming back. Also, we know that when we speak, it affects other people around us, either positively or negatively. I'm sure you've noticed that. So yes, words do shape our lives every single day. And we use a lot of them. We see them in writing. We hear them in different environments. We're looking at them all day on Facebook and other places, other media that we might be accessing. Words are definitely shaping our lives. And so what does that mean? What is a word? Well, it also sounds like verb. I'm pretty sure that word and verb were probably come from the same origin. And when we're spelling words, we're really casting a spell on ourselves. And we're casting a spell, creating a sentence. And so if you think about the usage of even these words in the English language and how ironic it is that we would have the word spelling and casting a spell, and the word sentence as if you were going to be, you know, sentenced to something, right? If you're sentenced to whatever it is that you speak into reality. And so the power of our word to create a sentence basically means that you know, you're going to need to reap the results of that sentence. You're going to live through that. Once you've cast those spells by speaking words, you're going to live through the meaning of those words. The original, you know, not the original, but the actual dictionary meaning of sentence: the punishment assigned to a defendant found guilty by a court or fixed by law for a particular offense, right? So it goes back, it ties it to law in our regular human consciousness. Now, there is a higher law, isn't there? So the higher spiritual laws are something that we've taken into our own hands and sort of made into a degraded version of the law by attempting to enact sentences and punishments on others because of rules and regulations that we decided to create. And when I say we, obviously I'm talking about the broader we of humanity, decided to create these rules and these laws. And the truth is that the spiritual law is already in place. So even that dictionary definition still harkens back to the truth of the law. And so let me explain what I mean. And this is a lot of what's coming through in the books, is helping us understand the law so that we can work with it instead of having it work us. And so the spiritual law, basically, the primary spiritual law says that which goes out comes back. And that platform of reality, that underlying template, is actually a safety net for us and a reality check, so to speak, because it was designed so that we could see the results of our actions right out in our lives. And so you could say that the universe is a giant biofeedback machine, right? So that which is emanating from our mouth is going to come back to us in the form of experiences in reality. And of course, those words are flavored by other things, and we'll get into that too. But the spiritual law is dependable. So that's the good news. So once we get a hold of it and really comprehend what it is, we can count on it. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of muck and gunk in the way, because we have utilized our word collectively and individually, and our ancestors have utilized the word over time to create things that we now don't love, that we think are not awesome, or that are even terrifying or bad, or, you know, the world is having issues, right? And so all of these creations, all of these issues and experience had an origin point from some type of creation, from a thought or a word or a deed or a vibration, and then maybe there were altercations, and there were more words about the altercation, and then beliefs, and then judgments, and then the desire to punish, the desire to get revenge. All these things compounded on each other, and we're still dealing with the fruits of those labors today. But all is not lost. I mean, the thing is, we need to know these keys, though, because if we didn't know the key that there's a law that says that which goes out comes back, then we might just get caught in a train of continuing down this compounded momentum of our negative heritage for until we implode into nothing again, right? I mean, because that's how reality works, and that's what Source and Divine Mother and Divine Father are always sharing through me, is that we push things out and they come back, which means we see them again, which means we're more likely to look at that and push more thought out about that, creating more return, and so on and so forth. And teachers like Abraham have been speaking to this quite a bit. The New Thought churches and religions have been speaking to this, like Unity and Religious Science, Agape Ministry with Michael Beckwith, you know, Wayne Dyer, Deepak Chopra, Louise Hay, you know, so many incredible beings who have been helping us over the years. And then back in the 20s and 40s, there was like Catherine Ponder, and there was Neville, and there's Thomas Troward. So we've been on to this for some time, yet it still takes a bit to prove itself to ourselves because of this nature of compounded momentum. Because we think, well, I'm thinking in this other direction. I don't want all that bad stuff. Why is this stuff still coming back to me? You know, and what did you just say? Right? Why is it still coming back to me? So there's your word going on that again. It's not that it's a bad question or you need to be afraid of your questions like that, but just think about it. Like, we're focusing more energy on all that stuff coming back than we are on the new direction that we want to follow. So that's the mastery that we need to step into to start steering the ship of our consciousness and our awareness, and therefore our lives, into a new direction. And, you know, it starts with thought, word, deed, vibration, imagination. All these things are impulses from within. And so we need to maybe sometimes question our thoughts and words and actions and wonder, is this coming from the compounded momentum of my past? Or is this actually coming from the highest directions of my soul? Just like beloved Abby was saying earlier. Is this coming from my true divine guidance and my true divine mission? Or am I still choosing based on this compounded momentum from what's easy, what's comfortable, or what's already flowing in such an avalanche in my life vibrationally that it's hard to choose away from it? Because sometimes we have every intention to choose away from it, and yet it is hard, like just trying to kick a habit or something like that. That's because, as many of you probably already know, the brain has neural pathways in it that actually create little rivulets. It's like a little river where energy flows, impulses flow more easily. The more you put there, the more deeply those rivulets get cut in your brain, making it more easy to go there. So when we're changing and shifting, we actually have to sort of, jump out of the river into a new place where it doesn't hold quite as much because we haven't embedded it yet. But that's where the mastery comes in, and that's called practice, which we'll continue to talk about here. And so, yes, you are, in fact, at one with the divine creator, with creation, with source. We are all emanations from this divine source. We sprang forth at the beginning of creation as individuated aspects of this one in this multidimensional holographic reality. And then we went forth to have experiences in form and in various dimensions. And in this particular time, space, and dimension, there were some things that happened that got us stuck here and stuck in a lower consciousness where we kind of went into a somnambulance, into a forgetfulness of who we are and what our powers to create are. However, you can't really change your true divine nature. You can pretend you're not it. You can be told you're not it. You can have experiences that seem to prove that there is no God or there is no source. But that is all because of the previous momentum that created and caused reality experiences that were other than to our liking. It's not because it's true. It's just because of the nature of how reality itself works. But if you don't know that, it's kind of hard to grasp it. So we are at one. We are at one with source, and that's that word atonement, right? When we remember and we recalibrate to the truth of us. And so all these healing and clearing processes, these memories that we're getting, you know, the quantum healing, other types of healing that I and others have been taught to do, you know, either directly or in taking trainings and things like that. They're all for the purpose of pulling off the gunk, the old debris and detritus of our old thinking. Now, some people say, karma, you just can't change it. Well, my experience is that you can redirect and jump onto different timelines through your conscious effort. And there's also something called the platinum ray, which we'll get into a little later as well. But basically, as a divine creator, you're setting things into motion through vibration. And depending on the frequency of the sound or vibration, you will have a certain thing result as a manifestation. So these vibrations, your words are emanating as vibrations, and the tone of your voice, like Neil was saying earlier, the quality of your voice and the intention behind your voice is going to be causative to exactly how those words actually impact someone and yourself. Because remember, that which goes out of you comes back to you. And there is a quote from the Bible, actually, that I remember, and I hadn't been particularly reading the Bible. I can't remember where I originally heard this one, but it's a kind of a popular one. And it says, you know, Jesus, who David Sereda was calling Yisa, I like that. That really resonates. That he was saying, it's not what you put in your mouth that's going to contaminate you. It's what goes out of your mouth. Now, those of us who have been into pure living and higher vibrational foods, we may be like, what do you mean? Like, don't let that get you off track to your good diet, because it still is true to eat pure. That is going to help you make better choices, because your body will be less acidic. You'll be more tended toward the higher thoughts and vibrations as you eat a more plant-based, healthier diet. So don't let that trip you up. But at the same time, realize that what you're putting out, what you're saying, and doing with your voice and your intention is really, really potent. Like that's the power of God through you to create worlds. Because that's who you are. You can't not be that source energy. You can't not have those attributes of creation that were endowed to you upon your manifestation as a spark of spirit long time ago. It's just how you work. And so the powers that were, so to speak, behind the scenes, those who desired to manipulate and control and wanted that as their reality creation, they learned ways to hinder people in knowing about that divinity. Because if you don't know that you're divine and that you're able to create worlds and your reality and your experience of reality and bring forth manifestations, then you can be more easily manipulated. So it is sad but true that these teachings were intentionally sabotaged and hidden and shuffled away and put away. Now, as Abby was saying, what is the lesson of all this? Well, I suppose if we are little God beings in the making, having a big adversary that tries to make us, trip us up, it ultimately is going to be a growth lesson. And once again, if we put out a lot of resentment, hate, and judgment toward those that had a different way of being and wanted to be in control, then we're only going to get more of that judgment back to us. And that's another very important saying from beloved Yisa's, judge not lest ye be judged. And so that's exactly, what he's talking about there. What you say, you're going to get back. So if you're judging someone, you're going to get judgment back. And all of us have experienced that. There's probably very few on the planet who have been able to hold such a high vibration that they were never in judgment and never, that's what masters like Buddha and Jesus and the others overcame. They overcame this energy of judgment and punishment and guilt. And they began to be able to see that everyone is the source. Everyone is that light. Everyone is that love. And actually something that David Sereda said earlier in this program was really fascinating. Because he said, that once you get into that higher state where you're pure light, and he said it's an almost overwhelming, and I've experienced this. I've actually had the gates of heaven open to me, and I've experienced this unbelievable amount of love that he's talking about. And, it's almost a little too much, but you can only see, the people as they really are, which are also children of Source, expressions of Source, God, love, and innocent. And the Course of Miracles also talks about this. It talks about how if we judge our brother, if we see him as anything other than innocent, then we're actually going to feel that judgment ourselves, because there's only one of us here. We're just reflections to each other. So eventually we learn that it's all about us. It's all about us taking responsibility for what we're doing with our vibration, regardless of what anybody else is doing with their words and vibrations or how they're showing up. I mean, did they show up like an other than desirable personality trait there the other day? Sure. Did it upset you? Yeah. But you're the one whose vessel has the charge, the emotional charge, and the emotional charge is telling you that you're going down. Right? So you can lift it back up by releasing the judgment and dissolving judgment. But without the comprehension that what goes out comes back, you're not going to be able to fully forgive them, because you don't, it seems like, what's wrong with me? Why does this always happen to me? Like, why is that person being mean to me? What does that mean? You know, we get into all these tape loops in the head, which just cause more confusion and more spinning out of thought and word in a negative direction. Because then we want to go talk to somebody about it, you know, and how bad that was, right? And this is a human habit that we're all learning how to overcome. So practicing the energy of intent and tone, and even becoming sing-songy when you speak things into reality. It's like, what would it feel like to speak really lovingly and kindly and graciously? You know, we can practice modulating our voice to see how it feels. And how it feels is, in fact, going to be our barometer to telling what it is that we're going to get in return. So what did we say here? We said, we are therefore creating our reality by speaking words of power with the energy of our intent behind them, not to mention the codes and frequencies that are in the words and letters themselves. And so, as Neil was hinting at, that's a very ancient science. There's so much to it. Words of power, abracadabra, you know, Sanskrit and other sacred languages have a frequency to them. And we, humanity, we used to know these two things. We used to know them automatically because they came from closer to source, right? Originally, these original languages. And so it was even shown to me that if you take a nautilus shell, which has that Fibonacci spiral to it, and you slice it in half and show a light through it, that you're going to get the letters, the Hebrew letters if you slice it one way, the Sanskrit letters if you see it another way. I still need to go back and find that research and who did that discovery, but that makes sense to me. So in other words, the original language and the original words were all one. They came from the wholeness, and they all fit together to create a pattern and a sequence and a flow. And when we know and remember those codes of those higher languages, that is going to be a real game changer. But in the meantime, what we have, along with our regular English words and language, is the ability to select the word that feels best. So it's all, I do a lot of that. Like when we're writing, when we're doing a blog post, when we're trying to inspire someone, we tune in and ask which word feels the best now. And you ask for that word, and so therefore it'll come back to you. And just know that you can ask. And not only which word will have the best impact for my direction, but what is your thought and your feeling before? And that's why thinking before speaking is so important, especially if we're emotionally charged, right? So sometimes when we get triggered because somebody else said a mean thing or did something that hit us wrong, hit one of those old wounds, one of those false beliefs that we are not good enough, or that we're bad, or that we did something wrong, or that we deserve to be punished, or why are they so mean to me? These old deep wounds compounded in us because of this forgetfulness of our source. But now the way through it is to take responsibility for it. So let's say somebody hits us with one of these words, we get a charge. Is it good to speak to them from that place of charge? If you want more of the same, yeah. But if you want to shift the vibration, and if you want to have a healing, and if you want to take responsibility because you now know whatever that was that came from them probably originated from you some way, somehow, you might not even know, right? Like it could have been from an ancestral pattern or karmic debt. It could have been from a past life situation. It could have been from something you did to that person in this lifetime, or it could have been just from some random act where you both tangled with each other and just in a wrong moment, you know, but whatever it was, somehow you manifested it, because who are you again? Oh, you're the creator, you're the source, operating as a human being in a physical experience right now. So if you take responsibility for it, then you can reclaim your innocence and detangle it. And you can say, well, okay, gosh, I didn't know that I was creating that. I forgive myself. I forgive them because they don't really know what they're doing there. They're reacting too. But now if I push back the same energy to them, my intent is going to come across as something other than what I desire, which means I have to get it back. So that's why it's important to stop and reflect in those moments. Think about what your intent really is. Actually, my intent is for healing here. So Creator, help me to find the place, help me to heal the charge inside of me by reclaiming my power. I created this somehow so that the energy charge can dissolve, and now I can know how to resolve it. Okay, so that's, you know, and many of us know these things, but it's so tricky here with so much bombardment of information and energy and everything else that we all need a little bit of a reminder every now and then. So, you know, we're creating our reality by speaking words of power with the energy of our intent behind them, not to mention the codes and frequencies that are in the words and letters themselves. So if we get our intent right, then the power behind our word and our tone of voice, what we intend, especially if we pause, if we're charged before speaking or before hitting that text send button or sending that email out, you know, then we can regroup, take responsibility, because having an emotional charge actually is our indicator that there is something going on with us that needs to be resolved. Even if the other person also has that, it's not really so much about whether they have it or not, because you're the only one who can change you. So that's why we get to take responsibility. And sometimes it can feel a little strange. It can feel like a burning energy, a burning sensation. So that's good, because that's that spiritual fire that we've been told about that is cleansing us at this point in time, at this time of revelation where things are being revealed to us. The truth is being revealed. That's what the word means. So no wonder we're regrouping and learning these things at this point, right? Okay, so just to reiterate here, this is why conscious awareness of how we are feeling is so very important. We don't have to be physicists or mathematicians like David. Oh my God, what frequency? Do I need to do the math to like make sure my chakras? No, it's already built in. Thank God. But you know, having some pointers from the scientists who know the tones, that's awesome. But we can be aware of our own vibration through our feelings, and that's part of our design. We are vibratory beings, vibratory modulators, and our thought drives the vibration, and our, you know, what we're putting our awareness on drives the vibration, so we can begin to steer and modulate into those frequencies. It's really like if you start feeling like, oh my God, I don't feel really good this way. Well, I think I'm going to go this way instead. Wow, that feels much better. Sometimes we might not even know why. It could be some avoidance of something, you know, that would have otherwise happened, or it could be that you're going to, if you keep talking or being in that direction, you're going to get in a fight or whatever it is, you know. So, but we can trust that because it's our built-in nature. It's how we are built. Now, that does not mean that in the cleansing process, if you have emotions coming up, that you should repress them, because that's not going to be good either. It gets stuck in your body. So sometimes we actually have to go into the emotion and feel it in order for it to release if it's been long held in our bodies. So remember those words and those sounds and those tunes and those beliefs, those thought forms become belief clusters that have a frequency to them, and they're vibrating. They're vibrating that frequency out if they're stuck in our body. So sometimes we have to go into them in order to break them down so that they can begin to dissolve and spread away and go back into the nothingness from which they came. Because otherwise we have these, it's like having these big magnets inside of us, or like a sign on the back that says, kick me, you know, because it's stuck in our vessel. And so that's what all the cleansing is about. So we shouldn't push away emotion or make it wrong, but we also don't want to wallow in it. We want to deal with it, love it. And now we get a new understanding of what is unconditional love. We're going to unconditionally love ourselves and everything that we've created, everything that we've experienced, everything that we've done. We now know why we did it. Oh, and how we did it. We might not know all the why yet, because it's kind of, you know, some of the challenges that we've experienced, we might be, why did we do that exactly, right? You know, but that'll come. Our deeper comprehension will come, and the book Unlocked and Unleashed actually goes into that quite a bit. But the thing is, we have this built-in mechanism, and now we have the knowledge, the self-knowledge, the knowledge of self. This is how I operate. And we also have the knowledge that, well, there's been situations where beings have been attempting to harness our attention and our awareness and sequester it to their own purposes and aims. And so now I'm aware of that. I'm not going to judge them because I don't want more of that in my life, but I am going to very intentionally work on creating a plan for myself where I can step into mastery with my thoughts, words, and actions. That's what time it is. The power of our words is underrated. The power of our thoughts is also underrated, and they are related. These are the attributes of creation along with our imagination that we've been gifted with. So, yes, so this is how we begin to turn it around. And your tone of voice does have an impact, as we were saying earlier. So be aware, be aware. You know, I'm even, like, as I'm speaking here, I'm thinking, what is my tone of voice? How could it be better? You know, we all get plenty of opportunities to practice this. And so is this awakening process that we're in akin to awakening our magical powers? Yes, I suppose it is. And we're not wanting to make the mistakes of the past. We're not wanting to be the controllers anymore, because if we realize that everyone is a vibrational being, and as they attune and align to source within them, they're going to magnetize those experiences to themselves that they desire, and that everyone everywhere does that all the time, and their free choice aspects of the divine themselves, right? That means that the best thing that we can do for creating the world as a better place is to get our own vibration square, to create such a powerful field of love and appreciation and joy and harmony around ourselves, and start therefore attracting those vibrations back to us, that we, you know, that's just, it just keeps growing and growing and growing, because ultimately people want to feel good. And so somebody who is down and out might interact with you in your higher vibrational state, and all of a sudden they get to the sense that, oh, really, I have permission to jump up here and be happy and live in joy? Wow. You know, so we affect each other. So we don't need to go out policing each other in the way that our current reality thinks. And this could be a huge leap for some. This could be a huge leap in thinking. Because there's so many bad things going on in the world, and certainly the systems that are in place may need to be in place to certain degrees for a while, until humanity grows up and realizes that, you know, we have justice built in, we have an internal modulator already built in, and that as we hold these, we learn to hold these other frequencies and get the lower density frequencies out of our systems, that we're not going to access these harmful things anymore. It just doesn't, it's just not going to be in our field by physics. But we're not there yet. And again, Abby was saying, we're kind of like, the way I say it, what she was saying is, we're kind of like in two bathtubs at once. It's a little weird. Feels a little weird to be in two bathtubs at once. You got 1 foot in one, and the water's a little murky, and, you know, it's maybe not a lot of it, and it's just feeling strange. And the other is like this beautiful bath with bubbles and lavender, and you know, so we're doing our best to get out of the old bath and into the new, but we're in a transition zone. So thank goodness for all the systems that are in place that are helping us at this time. And let's practice more and more and more of keeping our own vibration square, so we don't use these mistakes again, and, you know, we don't make these mistakes again, and we can start living this more golden age reality that everyone's been talking about, of this higher consciousness and this love-based conscious creating. And I do believe that that is where we're heading, whatever you want to call it. It seems like there is a juncture gateway happening right now on the planet where we have the opportunity to step into these higher vibrations. And once we do, if it's true that we are the power of the source within us, then it must also be true that we get to create this anew as we choose. And as we step into it more and more, everything is going to compound now in this new direction. Everything's going to compound in the direction of these new thoughts as we leave the old ones behind, as we dissolve the old energetics and karmas, right? So there's hope. It's a process. We must be patient with ourselves and keep loving ourselves. I'm going to grab my cord to plug in this computer, then I'll come right back. All right, we're all in this together, right? We're all in this together. None of us are perfected in that sense. We're, you know, the whole human race is on the verge of a breakthrough. Each and every one of us is a part of it, and we all do our work. We've all been through difficulty. We've all been through challenge. And the more that we can forgive each other and move on and see the truth behind why things got created, the more we can let each other off the hook. And then perhaps we can become visionary stewards with our thoughts and minds and feelings, taking care of the planet. It's even known that words of power and thoughts of power and energies have been known to improve the weather, redirect timelines, and we can, of course, improve all our relations through our conscious thoughts, words, and actions, which lead to pictures in our mind, which are also part of how we create. So as all of us are in this together, the more that we can imagine and use the power of our word and affirmation, not only for our personal lives, but also for our planet and for our cities and for our home, like the home that you live in and the family there, that building, the plants, the animals, and then surrounding that, you know, the water is coming into your home, the city, its environment, its people, its plants and animals, the state, the country, the planet. These are all aspects of our own nodal point of reality where we exist from. So as you are in a certain place, emanating out love and light, you are changing it. And you know, you might have seen those refrigerator magnets. You can get positive word refrigerator magnets and put poems and put words out around you to help keep you, you know, reminders on the wall, whatever helps keep you in that train of thought. That don't forget to think about your community, your family, and your world as you're also doing your affirmations for yourself. It's almost like tithing. Make sure you tithe at least 10% of your meditative and spiritual practice toward improving the vibrations on the planet, because your word, again, your thoughts, your vibrations are powerful. And it's a powerful gift to send out a blessing to the others around you, to help them, lift them up a little bit more, making this transition a little easier. And speaking of making this transition a little easier, you guys, some of you might have been watching Keeping Up with David, and of course he's got this ascension track, and he's also got this planetary history track, and that he's been doing for many years now. He's great. He's going to be one of our teachers at One Love Experience, October 7th to 9th in Ojai, just north of LA. And he's going to be talking about the power of love to heal. Well, I had been being downloaded with this knowledge about the platinum ray. And there's different rays and different types of light, and they're all used for different purposes. They have different qualities, different tones, intents, and frequencies, just like our words. And when the platinum ray started coming in, I hadn't heard about it from anybody else. I didn't know what it was called, but I did start hearing the words, and I started seeing it. It's kind of like liquid golden light. And it's plasma. It's like sunlight. It's very, very, very high frequency, high vibrational, cleansing, clearing light. And it can transmute things. It basically can melt the old pattern. You might call it a form of bioplasma. And so since I'm not a scientist, I don't know if I'm using all these words exactly correctly, but I think you get the basic idea. So I had started working with Platinum Ray to help people and to help the planet directly. And then I started hearing about it. And then I started looking into what others were saying and thinking about it. And I thought that was fascinating. And I actually improved some of my technique using with it from that. And then I went to Conscious Life Expo, which is probably where my books are going to launch in February, by the way. And lo and behold, there's David talking about the Law of One and how this, at this juncture in a planetary ascension sequence, there's this liquid golden light that comes. It's sort of platinum colored or gold, you know. I'm just like, it's a, you know, he used the word metallic, this metallic liquid light. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, really? You know, because, you know, sometimes you do these things and you're like, am I just kind of nutty, or, you know, or is this real, right? And I knew enough from the results I was getting with people that it has a real impact. But the fact that it's literally written in that literature, expounded by David on the stage about this particular time on the planet, I was just like, whoa, okay. Got it. Yes, that's just another confirmation that we're on the right track. And so this liquid metallic platinum ray or light is sort of what I call the energy of mercy and grace. And so why would mercy and grace be coming to us at this time? To help us clear things that seemed stuck for a very long time. Well, if you think about it, if we kept compounding on this planet in the way that we have been, having lost the knowledge of the law and our powers to create, we would have just gone into oblivion and just kept going downgraded more and more and more. And so there's a certain intervention that's necessary and needed to clean things up. Now, the other key part of this is that this platinum ray energy or these other higher technologies of mercy and grace become available to us because we've done our work enough. We've raised the white flag. We've said, oh my gosh, I want to heal. I'd love to be in the light. I want to clear this up. I'm willing to forgive. I'm willing to take responsibility for myself. Even to a small degree, that's a huge sign for the high selves of us to be like, okay, they're ready, you know? And then we can start to have access to these things, which will help us clear, because remember when we were talking earlier about the compounded momentum. So this has been happening for eons with our ancestors, passing on patterns to us, even affecting the DNA. It's been happening in other lifetimes, even on this planet or in these time streams. And it's happening in the culture in such a way that people are bonking these thoughts around their lower vibrational, trying to toss them to each other like a hot potato, but it just keeps getting worse because they're putting it out again. You know, every time you try to throw the potato to somebody else, then they get it. Now you got more of it, and they try to throw it back to you, and you're, you know, anyway, that's the sort of mess that we've been in. So this platinum ray can kind of come in and start unwinding and dissolving and deleting some of these old energetics, along with any other interference type energetics that are in the system, in order to give us enough liberation to actually start utilizing and steering in our practice of how we're using our words, and in our practice of how we're using our thoughts, and in our practice of how we're using our imagination, and therefore leading to actions which then cause more of the same. So it's mercy and grace, cleaning the slate a bit so that we can so that we can have enough peace in our mind to actually make the new decision or the new choice. Because even doing that, you know, with the old rivulets, like we were talking about with the old tendencies of thought, we need some training wheels. So it's kind of like training wheels to our divine expression. And it can help a lot. And so I love the Platinum Ray. I'm so grateful it's here. Thank you, Platinum Ray. So why is it important that we step fully into this awareness of ourselves as more powerful than we previously thought we were? Well, you know, we've been talking about that a little, but just to state it clearly, you as a powerful being taking charge of your thoughts and your words and your actions in life, taking charge of the emanations, the vibrations, and those frequencies of those vibrations that you're putting out, will allow you to be a role model to others, causing your own life to improve and causing improvement in the lives of all those around you. And that includes healing, forgiveness, peace, awakening. Some people you're going to be affecting without even ever knowing it. It could just be that by walking in the grocery store, you've shifted the energy. You know, so this is why our inner guidance and the guides are saying, you know, hold the light, hold the light, hold the light, hold love, even when it's challenging, because it's doing mighty work. It's doing a mighty work every time that we leverage that. And it's doing it regardless of whether we're holding the highest template of who we are or not, because you can't turn it off. It's just one of those things. It's on. It's on. It's us. It's our true nature. So as we become aware of that power, we can realize that, oh, it's not just a flippant side conversation. It's actually creating something. And so do I really want to create that? And we need practice. It's practice makes perfect. How do we take mastery of our words? Through practice. And there's a lot of tools and techniques we can help to use in our lives to steer the ship of our thoughts into new paradigms that we all know are possible. And so this is where we get into affirmations, the sound healing tools that David was talking about, I like to do scripts, audio scripts, where you actually state a new statement and you listen to it over and over again. You're basically reprogramming your subconscious that way. Once you tune in to source to get what it is that's good for you, that's what I call source sanctioned visioning. Then you'll bring that vision in, and then you create tools around it to be able to redirect and steer. And sometimes it takes a little more doing. That's why the affirmation, like Tony Robbins and others love to say, repetition is the mother of skill. We need to repeat these new thought forms in order to ingrain them into our minds and hearts and souls and bodies. And so practice makes perfect. And yes, I'm doing light transmissions, energy healing sessions and readings, and as well as Discover Your Magnificence sessions. And you can find that at Chiraya.com. There is a button for a complimentary session there. So feel free to check that out if you like. And, you know, let's get this party started. Each of us, there's so many healers right now, and we're all here because, why? Well, it's time. People are waking up. We need the support. We need the assistance. I definitely reach out for help on a regular basis myself when I need it. And, you know, we have each other. That's what we're here for. Do you know what I mean? We got each other. This is a group endeavor, this planetary ascension. Each one of us being responsible for ourselves and doing our part to assist the whole. And that's the joy and the upliftment and the awakening that we all are doing, because my passion is actually to help everybody discover their magnificence and their role, because I know that as we each step in and really take that other path, that path of our divine true life purpose, then we absolutely are helping the whole do the same thing. And since just like that shell I was talking about earlier, we all already fit together in this wholeness as well. And so as we clear the debris of the past and step into who we really are, we fit together in a way that we don't even know what the potential is. It brings tears to my eyes, actually, to think about it. We don't even know what the potential is when we fully clear and activate and move into this next phase. But it's going to be exciting to find out. And yeah, so I will be at the One Love Experience October 1st. I said October. Sorry, that's a typo. February 2017 is actually when I'm going to launch the books now. We pushed it forward a little bit, but I will be at One Love Experience with the Unlock, the Unleash, the God Within You, Divine Father Speaks books, and the other ones will be coming out in addition to that in February. And I have a Twitter and I have Facebook where I do my little positive energy postings, and I'm also going to be here at the One Love Experience. So if you want to come meet me here, it's going to be amazing beings like David Wilcock, Modest Yahoo, Trevor Hall. So much awesomeness going on there. I hope to see many of you there. And I think that's it for the slideshow. So I'll come back here to Zoom and stop the share.
Awesome. Thank you, Chiraya.
Absolutely.
So we also have a couple of webinars that we did before with you, if you want to announce those and people can check.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have Overcoming Projection and Emotional Charge, which we go a little bit more deeply into what we were talking here about handling our relationship and charge when charge comes up. That's a really great one. And do you want to put the links to those in the chat there for people?
Yeah, I'll put the links here, and they'll also receive them in the replay link.
Okay, fantastic. And yeah, and then there was also the Unleash the God Within, where we go a little deeper into these codes as well. And
yeah, and the Overcoming Projection one was really profound for me. Out of most of the webinars that we do, I really got a lot out of that and really assisted me, because I feel a lot of people are at that point right now where we're becoming very conscious of ourselves, especially if you're in this community, that you're always kind of observing the way you're interacting with people. And I pick up on when I'm projecting and I'm emotionally triggered, and I get kind of triggered about being triggered, you know? So put it in perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Dad, oh, charge again. Oh, you know, it's like, wait a second. Love ourselves. It's like, okay, I'm having a charge. I'm acknowledging it. It's making me even more nervous. Tapping the thymus is good. See what I'm doing here? Breathe. Yeah, acknowledge and love ourselves. Well, that's great. I'm glad to know that that had a positive impact. So this has been fantastic, and you know, I promised to do a little bit more, give another little tidbit for practicing here. Do we have a moment for me to drop a little code here on
Yes,
that?
please do.
Okay, awesome. Basically, what you're going to want to do is get quiet, and you can even do it in that same space where Abby took you earlier. It's very similar to what I've been trained, you know, to do as well. And like Neil said, this energy, this information, this quantum healing has many names, and it's powerful, like you said. So if you drop yourself into that space and receive a vision, you can ask, when you're asking your high self, what's next? What's the next step? Or what's the big picture? You know, when you get that information in that way, or if you just already have a knowing of something that you want to create in your life, you know, write out a script. And when I say a script, what I mean is write out a statement. Like, let's just say, for example, a really simple thing is, I'd love a new car. And let's say your old one is on its last legs and you really have no idea how you're going to pay for your new one. Anybody out there have that problem? Right? This is basic. You could also do it for your whole purpose if you wanted to, right? But this is sort of a simple one to believe in. And basically, you can gather some photographs of the type of car you'd like, and don't limit yourself. Like, if you say you want a Maserati or something, that might be a little far-fetched for your subconscious to believe. But, you know, go to what you really feel like you'd love to have, and even pick the colors if you know it, and then write a script. I have a reliable vehicle. I'm so grateful for my new car. It gets me everywhere I want to go. It has low gas mileage. It doesn't cost much to pay for gas in this car. You know, travel is easy. I'm always safe in this car. You know, and you just kind of go on and you create a script about, like, as if you're living in a future movie. It's your future movie script of you and your relationship with this car. And just really drop in and don't leave anything out. Like, think about all the details that you want. It has cloth interior, you know, that's important for me. You know, it has all of its parts are functional. It's super reliable, you know, and it works. Believe me, it works when you work it. And basically what you do is then you can either just read that out loud every day, or you could put it on your recorder, some kind of recorder device, and listen to it multiple times a day, 2 to 3 times a day. Depending on how quickly you need it and how intense it is of a desire, you can do it more. But you don't want to get worried when you're doing it, and you don't want to overdo it. You just want to do it enough. So again, that repetition is the mother of skill. So the subconscious starts hearing that this is your new reality, starts taking it on, and then it starts bringing you the opportunities to make that happen. And there was, several years back, there was a time when I kind of busted my old car. I somehow had an oil leak and didn't know it, and it sort of just locked up on the side of the road one day. And that was the end of that. And I was like, okay, I kind of need a car. And I started doing this process. And, you know, within a couple months, it took a little time, but it wasn't that long. You know, a friend of mine said, hey, here's $3,000, go get a car. And I was able to go to a dealership and get a car that's still carrying me today. It's amazing. You know, it's like, you don't think somebody's going to do something like that, right? And who knows what the pathway will be for creating something for anybody. But what I'm saying is, it works when you work it. So take that, apply it to what you want in your life, and just let me know how it works. Let me know if you have any questions too. That's it.
Thank you so much, Chiraya. I love you.
I love you too, dear. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. We'll talk soon. Have
Okay.
a good day. Bye. Beautiful. So thank you so much again to all the presenters. This is truly amazing. This was one of the events I think that we're going to really be cultivating in regards to getting niche into certain topics. And this was sound frequency quantum healing. And I feel each element of this can have its own workshop, its own class, and we can really delve deep into it. But to bring it back to sound, what I've come to realize over the last 10 years when I've been actively doing sound healing with my wife for the last 5 years, and then with my friend for a few years before that, that everything comes from sound. Even in our ancient texts and Bibles and all the origin stories, there seems to be sound frequency as the common denominator throughout. So I just want to show a couple of slides here about the ancient civilizations and what they used for sound, and then go deep into one of this verses that I have right here. Hold on. Okay, so sound and resonance in all creation stories. Here's just a few different ancient civilizations and what they said about sound. Of course, we have in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God, from the Bible. The universe was sung into creation from the Egyptians. And in Hinduism, we have Om, which is a seed sound for each chakra. And Om is at 432 hertz, representing A, and that is the sound of the universe. And just recently, scientists have released that they have found the frequency 432 hertz, and it seems like it's coming out from the center of our galaxy from the supermassive black hole. Then we have the Aborigines. They spoke about the 3 sacred songs. Then we have the 6 days of creation, which represent the 6 aspects of Om, the 6 solfeggio frequencies, or the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. Now, just to go deep into one, just before we close up here, I want to go deep into just the Bible. And I always knew this term. In the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was God. So whenever I would do a sound healing class or workshop, we would mention that just to kind of show everybody that even sound was at the beginning of it all. And then when I was creating this presentation, I went back and I read the Bible, and I took the whole entire verse out, and I broke it down, and it looks like the whole entire verse is talking about sound, and it really shows you how sound really is a primordial force even before light. So we have here, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. So what is the Word? The Word is sound. So in the beginning, there was the sound. He was with God in the beginning. Who was with God in the beginning? The Word was with God in the beginning. Through him, all things were made. Without him, nothing was made that has been made. Who is him? Sound. So this whole entire thing, before it's talking about anything getting created in this perceivable universe that we can perceive with our own eyes and our own ears, there was sound. In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. So who is him? Sound. So in sound was life, and that sound was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome. The light splits the darkness. So sound is everywhere. And pretty soon, when the research comes out and more money gets invested into the research that is coming out with sound technology and frequencies, when we actually find the importance in it, and a lot of these studies that are proving that sound can heal us, quantum energy can heal us, comes out, there's going to be a whole transformation of the entire planet. I feel this is completely tied in with the disclosure movement, as all aspects of sound, whether it comes to extraterrestrial races, being higher dimensional beings vibrating at a different frequency, whether it's how to heal yourself if you have any type of sickness or any type of dis-ease that comes under Earth, it's all tied into the sound and the frequency of it all. So this information is going to come out very soon. You and I and everybody that's going to be listening to this webinar, I feel, are on the forefront of this information. So it's important for us to all go out there and share it with the world and let everybody know what's going on and share it with our loved ones and family. So thank you all so much for being here today. We love you very much, and we'll be sending out the replay within a couple of days. Just give us a couple of days to edit. We have a couple of webinars coming up over the next few days. Tomorrow we have Meet Your Galactic Family with Adam Apollo, and I'll send a link out today with access to that, so you guys can go ahead and check that out too. So thank you all for spending your Saturday with us. Take care. Have a beautiful night. Bye-bye.